I soak up every little bit to sharpen my bones. All grown up, still trying to find my way home. I never been cleaned or cloned. My heart's never been owned. I'm lonely, but everyone is lonely, so I know at least I'm not alone. This road is filled with potholes, but I don't need to tell you something that you already know. We're both sinking in the same boat. I wanted you to stay afloat. I did what I could, but you had to learn to swim on your own. You lost your glow in the glitter and the gold. I couldn't stay alive inside your chokehold. Hold on. I really gotta go, cause I'm not falling into your hole. You won't in my head. Soak up every little bit to harden my skin. No matter how I stand, still pulled by the wind. When intention goes limp, wipe the face off my grin. And love me in the name of kill to keep on being good friends. A liar's lips are the best fingerprints. You can fake it isn't there, but I can taste it when we kiss. Tracing paper wrists. I try to draw the line and I miss, but one day I'll be able to look back at this and make some kind of sense of it. I'm not another shin to kick. 1 foot in the grave, both hands in the gym. It took a while to figure out we couldn't coexist, but I'm not falling into your abyss. You won't in my head.
I'm the OG rebel. You may know me, I invented heavy metal. You may know me by my first name, Devil. And don't be scared, just dance and put them horns up like lambs in a trance. Used to headbang and yeah, that still works, but now we straight turn up with that death twerk. Now we straight turn up with that death twerk. Death twerk. Death twerk. Yo, listen, I can help you get what you need if you make a deal with me. Upload me to the feast of feast and I'll fucking set you free. I can make you live forever, I can give you riches. I can make you three-piece suits out of bitches. I can make you lord over everything. I can make you name the song the whole world sings. Black Magic Galaxy, there's only one king, and that can be you, but I need just one more thing. Check it. Used to headbang and yeah, that still works, but now we straight turn up with that death twerk. Death twerk. Death twerk. Death twerk. Death twerk. Used to headbang and yeah, that still works, but now we straight turn up with that death twerk. Death twerk. Death twerk. Death twerk. Death twerk. Death twerk. I can make you three-piece suits out of bitches. I can make you three-piece suits out of bitches. I can make you three-piece suits out of bitches. I can make you three-piece suits out of bitches. I can make you lord over everything. I can make you name the song the whole world sings. Black Magic Galaxy, there's only one king, and that can be you, but I need just one more thing. Check it. Death twerk.
VIP.
I'm like
King.
Uncle Happy. I'm like
Girl see me in the dance. Girl see me in the rave. Girl see me in the dance.
Girl see me in the dance, when I get close, wind up and dance. I'm not here for the Rolex sweep, I'm bang on mic, now move your feet. Get a reload like say I'm Jackson, watch me moonwalk on this beat. Hope your ears are fully protected, cause this one is bloody deep. Let's have a P-A-R-T-Y, music policy gotta be dark. Little bit of grime, little bit of bass, little bit of tech, yeah that's fine. I don't wanna jump on set with a DJ that ain't mixing beats in time. Looking at me like say it's my fault, I'm only here to block up rhyme. See me in the dance, when I get close, wind up and dance. I'm not here for the back in the bed to a mic, I'm grind. Yo. I'm the teacher, let me teach ya. Step nice on the beat, creature. DVMO, moves your girl like Stockway, hello. Man try call like my name on set like said I weren't dead like DVMO. That's you breaking your head, no Lego. Draw for the thing like DVMO. What did you think that I just do music? No, never that rude boy bit ammo. Wello, spit to my face, her green and yellow. Next MC that calls my name, I'll be there in a blacked out limo. Let's have a P-A-R-T-Y, music policy
a girl like stop, wait, hello. Man try call like my name on set like said I weren't dead like DVMO. That's you brick in your head, no Lego. Drop in a thing like DVMO. What do you think that I just do music? No, never that rude boy, bare ammo.
seem so far away. The only thing between us is empty space, empty space. And even when the music is loud, I'd rather be no other place than here with you now, here with you now. here with you. See your face in the crowd, but you don't seem so far away.
Hello and welcome back everybody, finally, to the Vespyr Premier League Playoff Quarter-Finals. This game is going to be between the Flying Mariachis and the Glamour Girls. My name is Tasty Aldar, with me is Void.
Hello everybody.
Indeed, and here we are in picks and bans already. So this game, going to be the first quarter-final we're going to have played, because had some slight issues with the last one, not sure exactly what's going to happen with that one, but we will just press ahead with this one for now. So both of these teams, prolific drawers. They have, Flying Mariachis drew 4 times in the regular split, which is the second most of any teams, and every single game Glamour Girls played, they got a draw in. So, now that they can't actually draw in what will be a best of 5 series, it'll be interesting to see what they actually end up doing.
I don't even know what to expect. Will the team with more draws or less draws win? What do you think, Kalada?
Well,
Is it the more prolific drawer or the less prolific drawer that will take this one?
I mean, I don't... Right. I mean, it's a really tough one to say. I think Flying Mariachis have shown they're capable of winning, which is not something that Glamour Girls have actually managed to do. So that gives them a little bit of an advantage. However, you know, maybe... Oh, I don't know. It's a tough one.
Well, we're definitely going to see something happen.
Yeah, absolutely. There will be an outcome, regardless
Yeah.
of the
I'm
probabilities.
guessing that at least they should... It shouldn't be a 3-0, really. Like, they are so good at tying games that it really shouldn't be a 3-0 series. There at least has to be some sort of suspense. I
Yeah.
feel like this one might go, like, the extra mile for the 5 games.
Mhm.
And then
Well,
it's, like, permanently stuck in
Yeah.
Game 5. Like,
Game 5 turns out to be the
crashes and-
longest game anyone
in
has ever
history.
seen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so bans have already, all of them have come through from every team. We should probably start talking about the game at least a little bit. Echo is the first lock-in. Now, Echo's still a strong pick, did receive some nerfs to the tank side of Echo, but still pretty strong. Whether he'll go for a heavier AP build or whether he'll just be still stuck in the top lane or perhaps even in the jungle, I think that's most likely. Tank Echo still pretty strong. Thresh, Draven, Kindred, Anivia, Maokai, and Graves were the bans. Draven, of course, banned against Missing You. What else would we see?
Yeah, I like... Echo is so much cancer right now. He can do everything and anything. Tank Echo is incredibly strong, and Flying Mariachi is picking that one up. It's going to mean a lot. They also banned out Draven, which of course everybody who's been following this league from the get-go knows that Missing You is like a hardcore Draven main.
Absolutely.
So,
And,
so that one being banned out from him definitely means something. On the other side, there's a locking of the Gragas and Braum. Both Gragas and Braum right now are top tier picks in their respective positions. Gragas is an amazing jungler because he can both play engage and disengage and builds tanky, so he's a nice frontline for the team. And Braum is such a good support right now. He has his synergy with most top tier picks in the bottom lane, and overall can do so much in a team fight.
You could say pretty much exactly what you said about Gragas, about Braum. I mean, engage, disengage, and tanky. So, 2 very similar picks coming through, and 2 picks you quite often see together, I think, on the side of the Glamour Girls here. On the other side, we're seeing the Trundle and Karma hovered over. Won't say anything too much about them. The Karma is what's locked in. Will that be going over to Nuri in the middle lane, or will that be SLB in the support role picking up that Karma? Trundle also finds himself locked in, so...
There's a lot of flex.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of flex.
There's so, like, Trundle can go top lane support or even jungle. I have seen it here and there, and it is somewhat okay. Echo can go in the top half of the map. It's like top, jungle, mid. And Karma can go, yeah, top, mid, and support.
Yeah.
So much flex picking. Right now, this Flying Mariachi's lineup looks rather flexible. Like, Trundle... doesn't matter what team comp you really pick, Trundle is always going to be a decent pick because he's just going to shred through the Gragas or the Braum, steal away all of their tankiness and become a frontliner, even if he goes into the support role and doesn't have many good items.
Yeah, but I think what we'll most likely be seeing is that Trundle going over to support. I reckon it'll be Karma in the middle lane and probably still Echo in the top lane. I reckon we still haven't seen the jungler locked in on the side of the Flying Mariachis. On the other side, we do see Lucian locked in, which does make sure that the Braum-Lucian lane together has been locked in, which of course, it's a bit of a trope now, but it is a very strong lane. It's a stereotype for a reason, and we'll see if Chaos and Missing You are able to make it work. Elise also locked in. That makes it interesting, because that means Gragas probably going to go to the top lane.
Yeah, top lane Gragas. We have seen that, well, in the NA playoffs with CLG versus TSM, and didn't quite work out for TSM. Maybe it'll work out a bit better for Glamour Girls. But yeah, we also see the lock-in of the Elise into the jungle. Elise is still a pretty strong pick. Still a good early game jungler, builds tanky later. Goes that Rylai's with Dead Man's Blade build. Still pretty strong. We see a hover of the Soraka. So.
Oh, what? Huh?
So that might be the bot lane.
Yeah, maybe they've just locked all their picks in.
Probably be Jungle Echo then. Yeah, they blocked the bottom lane of the Tristana and Soraka. So it'll be probably a Jungle Echo and a top lane Trundle. And this team is kind of, I don't know, it looks like it wants to run protection for Muyu on this Tristana.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what they're going for. Like even Trundle, who's not really the best at peeling, does have that pillar to help with the disengage a little bit. And as we said, is an awesome frontliner once he, well, steals basically one of the frontliners from the opposing team.
Right.
Technically speaking.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And so, do you reckon we'll be seeing the Rage Blade Tristana coming through? Because it has become more and more popular, and I think that's probably what it's going to be, but Trist can be a hyper carry with or without that item, so.
I think it's pretty good. The reason why it's good is because, generally speaking, Rage Blade is so strong on late game champions because it gives so much early power. If you are able to stack the Rage Blade up to its maximum 8 stacks, it's just such a strong item. Like, that is why we saw Kog'Maw build it, that is why we see Tristana building it. Any late game hyper carry, if it can stack up the Ginsus, it has so much base stats with the attack speed, the AD, and the AP. It's ludicrous.
Yeah, one thing I find kind of interesting is, you know, Lulu perfectly available throughout this throughout this draft phase. The picks and bans wasn't picked up on the side of Glam Girls, and you feel like, you know, Flying Mariachis, if they're going to put all their eggs in the Muyu basket, if they're going to have that Tristana hypercarry protect the Tristana composition, why isn't Highlander just on Lulu? I mean, that would make them a not very tanky team, of course, so I guess that would be partially the reason, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's less tankiness, and I don't know, they might want to have another sort of threat on the team. Trundle will always just be an immense split-pushing threat. So maybe they don't want to put all of their eggs into the Muyu basket, just most of them.
Yeah.
And we saw actually Granif locking in the Zed, so it'll be Zed against Karma in the mid lane. Karma obviously so taking that exhaust so that she can survive the Zed ult. And with the recent nerfs to Zed's W, he's still good at trading, he just does it less often.
Absolutely. And so, I mean, yeah, the Zed pick kind of makes sense for the laning phase, perhaps, but, you know, it's going to be tough for Growth to get on Muyu. If he can get on Muyu, and if he can get the pop onto Muyu and delete him, then obviously that will work wonders, because if Muyu's removed from the Flying Mariachi's composition, what do they really have anymore? But it's going to be so hard for him to get any sort of assassination potential on towards Muyu as you get later and later into the game, because there are so many shields. I mean, there's shields, there's heals, there's speed ups, you know, there's pretty much everything. You can you know, SLB could even put a silence field underneath after Growth has cast a death mark, so, you know, it just completely negates a huge chunk of his damage and a huge portion of what makes Zed so strong. Anyway, in the Twitch chat, you guys will be able to direct your eyes towards a straw poll in which you can vote, and you can say who you think is going to be victorious in Game 1 of this Best of 5 series between the Flying Mariachis on the blue side and the Glamour Girls on the red side.
You say that, yeah, looking at this team comp, to be honest, I think Zed might actually have the option of going on to Muyu, because looking at this Gragas, the Braum, and even the Elise, they can just create so much chaos on the side of the Flying Mariachis. Like, the Gragas ultimate, at least jumping onto the back line, and Braum with his ultimate as well. They can sort of like just get everybody off of Muyu.
Right.
If, of course, the Flying Mariachis are not on the same page when it comes to the team fight. So I'm not too sure. It's definitely going to be tough for him. There's a Soraka there with Exhaust as well. So in a typical scenario, Zed would get completely screwed over where he like W's in, Def marks at Tristana. Tristana just like it jumps away. He gets exhausted by the Soraka, gets silenced by the Equinox, and even if he can pump out damage onto Muyu, SLB is just there to spam the living hell out of that Astral Infusion. So it's going to be tough for him, but there's a small chance that he will still be able to do the regular Z things of blowing up the ADC.
But he might just have to try and blow up a different target. I mean, SLB might be a viable target for him to blow up. If you remove the Soraka from the equation early in the fight, it does lead to a pretty different fight from what you'd see otherwise, so you could see him adjusting his primary focus. However, we should be getting in to the loading screen any moment where we'll be able to see those Keystone Masteries and, of course, the skins as well.
We need to see which players are showing off.
Absolutely. You know, it shows how confident you are on a champion. You can tell from a skin just how good someone is at a champion. Like, if he's running SKTZ Grerith, we know it's going to be garbage, basically.
No, it's also the champion masteries as well. Of course, having those little emblems, knowing how much time they spent preparing for this specific champion pick. It gives some insight. Not a lot, because there are a multitude of champions that are akin to each other. And I see I don't see enough level 5 masteries on the side of Flying Mariachis. I am quite disappointed by that.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Just kidding, of course. Actually, like, while I have the screen, just want to quickly talk about the Keystone Masteries. So we see Elise going Thunderlord's Decree instead of Strength of Aegis, which means she's going for a bit more early game power rather than actually scaling into the late game. Everything else is as you would imagine. The mid laner is taking Thunderlords, the AD carry is taking Fervor of Battle, the top laner is taking Grasp of the Undying, Soraka with that Windspeaker's Blessing, and Braum with that Bond of Stone to try and protect the Lucian.
Program Soraka coming out for SLB, which I'm pretty happy about. I think, you know, nice skin, good new skin. No, you know, bring some variety. Shockblade Zed Growth has gone for the correct Zed skin, so I imagine we'll be seeing some pretty baller Zed plays coming out of him, as we are now into Summoner's Rift for the first game of the playoff quarterfinals of the Vespyr Premier League.
And here comes, the base gates are down, and the teams are running onto the Rift. It looks like they might actually meet up in the topside jungle. We see Biggs going down, and the Flying Mariachis will actually split. This might be a chance for Glamour Girls to catch them out if they go for the early invade.
They have the Braum available to them, and of course Flash Body Slam if Luskakon has on for that to start with. However, they're going to pass like ships in the night, not going to encounter each other. The 3-man roam squad, interesting sort of strategy there from the Flying Mariachis. It could have led to pretty bad things for them if they were unfortunate enough to crash into the Glamour Girls, but Glamour Girls make it through, and they'll get their deep wards, and there'll be deep wards on both top sides, so both teams really prioritizing the top lane with their early game vision.
The Flying Mariachis just barely managed to spot out the Glamour Girls' ward in the top side. So they might be looking to assure that no lane swap occurs, because they want this bottom lane of Lucian Braum to, well, kick the living hell out of Muyu and SLB.
Yeah.
But Muyu and SLB are already in the top lane, so that ward doesn't mean much. They can't tell anything.
Yeah, and looks like Flying Mariachis are going to manage to get themselves non-standard lanes. They're going to get themselves the lane swap, which is absolutely perfect for them. It's exactly what they'd want. They want to get Muyu scaling, and they, you know, let's go. Oh dear, that's a good start.
He's such a troll. He's such a troll. But
there's
in
some,
his defense,
he's, you know,
Elise
instilled.
Can't really just solo anything. Like, Elise doesn't care if you miss the leash. Like, she has her spiderlings, they can tank. but that was troll as hell.
I don't think that's going to fill. I don't think it's going to fill Ragemaker Kerr with confidence about the ability of the timing skills of Luskicon, his top laner, and Luskicon, having seen that he has been lane swapped on, will now just head straight back to the jungle. Chaos actually going to go in a little bit of a gank in the middle lane, seeing as he's not really doing anything if he stayed in the bottom lane. However, he's not going to find much of it. Nuri was forced to back away a little bit, but nothing too major.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he now thinks that he must be the primary carry, so maybe it fills him with determination. Like, yes, my Gragas is missing everything. This is my chance to shine.
Yeah, well, he's got the Thunderlords, and, you know, we could be seeing a higher damage build coming out of him. We'll have to see if that's the case. I mean, an interesting idea that he's so happy about his top lane and missing everything. But, you know, perhaps that's... And Chaos actually going to come back to the middle lane. However, Mino English is hanging around, and he will be able to lend support for Nuri. And so Nuri will be able to get out with his life.
Yeah, they actually don't clear the board, and in the top lane, we see the Flying Mariachi is trying to take down this top lane turret. Meanwhile, it's going to take a lot of time for Glamour Girls to match this. Like, the top laner and the jungler are on their way, but that's at least one wave of minions that's not going to be pushing into the turret with such vigor as in the top lane.
Yeah, no, the Flying Marriage certainly got the jump on Glamour Girls there in this lane swap scenario, and it was them that initiated it, so they were more prepared for it. However, the fact that Mino English isn't helping out might mean the Glamour Girls are able to catch out a little bit, as they are receiving assistance from Ragemaker with a red buff as well, which does do significant damage to the turret once he keeps auto-attacking it down, so I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. And in fact, the turret in the top side hasn't quite been finished off, as Highlander doesn't manage to get it finished off there. He's going to have to push that wave in quick if he wants to be able to take that one down. We could see a teleport coming to the top side from Luskicon if he wants to defend it, but perhaps not. We are going to see a gank in the middle lane once again here. Mino English coming back. Grerith in a lot of trouble. Is this going to be first blood? It is, but it's to Grerith instead. He does get traded back, but he turned that around sharpish there and picks up the kill, gets first blood in the middle lane, and Glamour Girls now have a bit of a gold lead.
Exactly what you talked about. It's the Shockblade Zed. Even
exactly.
while getting ganked, picks up the first blood, has to waste both summoners. Meanwhile, Nuri still has exhaust and flash, but hey, it's 400 gold, it's pretty worth, and Mino English might be caught out a bit.
Ooh. Well, I thought that was a cocoon for a moment. I thought he was going to be going down, but it was not, and he was able to escape using the phase dive, just get over the wall. He will be pushed a little bit out of his jungle, but as Nuri shows up, he'll just go back to taking out that Raptor camp.
Yeah, now looking at the top lane, there's a level disparity between the Trundle and the Gragas, because Highlander had a bit more solo time in the top lane, as we saw pushing down another wave into the turret before Luskicon arrived. Yeah,
and he was able to take that turret down, so despite that maybe small misstep, he made up for it in the end, and now we are going to see Muyu and SLB trying to push down on towards this turret. We're not going to see both turrets traded, just the one turret traded for each side now, and now we're back into a more regular lane scenario. But this could be a problem for Muyu and SLB, because it does leave them very susceptible to ganks, because they do not have a turret with them, and a gank is incoming in the bottom side. Chaos, he's already onto SLB. SLB's already going quite low. Stunned up for a second time. Piercing Light comes through. He's going to go down. Ragemaker Kerr's actually the one who picks that up, but regardless of who picks it up, it's good play once again for the Glamour Girls, and a good gank picks them up the kill.
Hey, that's that Thunderlord's Elise. Oh god, Highlander just bullying Luxicon, a 2-level disparity up there.
Yeah, Ooh, okay, he did just get away. The flash was burned by Highlander, trying to get that last chomp of the hind of the Gragas there, and Nuri actually once again finds Chaos in his lane, and a flash burned by Ragemaker, and he completely whiffs that cocoon in the end. Nuri did have to burn his flash as well.
So yeah, it's a trade of summoners. That's perfectly fine, especially in such a sort of mage versus assassin matchup where Zed is going to be so happy that Nuri doesn't have flash anymore. Like, he has ult, he's looking to go in.
Yeah, Nuri does still have the exhaust available. He's managed to hold on to that one pretty crucially. Chaos did burn his, trying to get it on towards Nuri, trying to slow him down to help with the gank, but not able to do so. And Nuri's done a good job of staying alive for the most part. However, when he did get ganked for by his jungler, that was when he actually went down. So maybe, you know, no more ganks mid. Maybe he can just soak up the pressure from all the other ganks. And once again, we see Chaos heading towards the middle lane. This must be at least the 4th time he's shown up now. He's just hanging around. But Nuri, once again, playing it smart, playing it safe. He knows that he could easily be getting ganked again and again and again. I mean, there's precedent being set for it.
And Mino English might be in trouble now.
Ooh.
Just dodges out the cocoon.
Well done by him there to evade that one, Rage Kerr.
Oh, the ward.
He's going to try and take out this ward, and meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we're actually seeing a bit of a trade. The junglers also trading on towards each other. Mino English gets the parallel convergence down, gets the stun up onto Rage Kerr. He's going very low. Repel keeps him alive for a little bit, but he will be going down. Mino English picking up that one. It's 2 for 2 now.
He gets bit by the trundle and just clubbed by the echo.
Yeah.
It looked so brutal. And now Gareth might be in trouble, actually.
He does have the shadow,
Yeah,
he will be able to
shadow's
escape
away.
from that one.
It's that he has a lot of mobility. Probably a lot more than Assassin should have. But hey.
Well, you know, there's relatively high mobility in this game, or at least for... Yeah, no, pretty high mobility game, I would say, this one. Got the Echo, of course, and dashes on both AD carries, one significantly larger than the other, of course, but...
Yeah, really only Soraka has low mobility. Everybody else is completely fine. So yeah, it might become a really flashy game when the team fight stage happens, and oh my god, like,
yeah. Oop.
Chaos is level 3. He spent so much time roaming that Missing You is level 7 against a level 5 Tristana, and
yeah, well.
he's level 3. Like,
oh, in the middle lane, Nuri incredibly low, ignited. The Shurikens didn't land, and he's actually turned it around. Gareth will be going down there. Luskikon actually turned it around on the top side, didn't go down just yet. He will be beat on the back by Highlander, and that will pick up the return kill. But once again, Mino English's gank ends in a death going the wrong way. It was counter-ganked eventually by Rage Kerr, but it took them so long to take Luskikon down, longer than it looked like it was going to, and really good play in the middle lane by Nuri.
yeah, and we actually see that gold is even right now. Like, even with the 1 kill advantage over to the Flying Mariachis, looks like the Glamour Girls are just farming a bit better. Yeah, we can see a 10 CS lead in the mid lane between Zed and Karma, and that is usually not what happens in a melee versus ranged scenario. Like, Nuri should have a bit more presence, however, he did get the living hell camped out of him by Chaos, so...
Yeah, I think that might be the Chaos effect we're seeing in that CS discrepancy.
Yeah, the Chaos effect. So, well, he is doing a really good job. Like, he's behind in levels, but he has created a lot of pressure in, well, not the bottom lane. And even with that happening, Missing You still has an advantage over Muyu in CS, so well rotated by the team.
Yeah, no, well done, and you know, well played by Missing You to get that CS advantage there in the bottom lane. The gold will be pretty even because of the cull on Muyu. The Chaos once again hanging around the middle lane, will run into Mino English though, pops down a ward, actually might find himself a bit traded onto wards, but as soon as Mino English sees that Rage Kerr is present, he knows he does not quite want that fight so much anymore.
Yeah, looking right now at the current items in the inventories of the players, we see that Nuri's probably going in for a Rod of Ages on this Karma. Probably wants to be a bit more tanky just so he doesn't get insta-gibbed by Gareth when he uses the shield onto Muyu. And we see Muyu going with Ginsu's Rage Blade.
Gareth in some trouble, once again tries to turn it around, he's not going to get the kill, and the turnaround, Mino English comes back with the Chrono Break, he's going to go for the turret dive here, one more auto attack will do it, he dodges away with the flash, and he's actually going to get the return kill once again. Gareth, you are a monster at turning 2v1s in your favour.
That's pretty high feel. I have to say that's pretty high feel. Quite a flashy display under the turret, and Gareth manages to pick up a return kill, which is pretty good for him.
Absolutely, just like what we saw going on for First Blood.
Almost. I think the precedent for that body slam on the Kurgs was set on level 1.
Yeah. We could have a highlight reel of Luskikon body slamming onto Krugs if he does it 1 or 2 more times. We'll have to see.
That would be pretty troll. Yeah, now we see Missing You and Chaos just pushing out this mid lane. Meanwhile, Muyu's getting some free time in the bottom lane, farming up a decent amount of CS, trying to get back this disparity that has accumulated.
Yeah, he has got that cull as well, which he's looking to stack up, and he's getting towards the Rage Blade completion. He's got the pickaxe, and he's got also the Blasting One, so it shouldn't be too long before he has the item completed, and once he hits that, that's a significant power spike for the Tristana. Yeah,
Tristana's going to be a lot more dangerous than she is right now, just by completing that Ginsu's. Like, even with missing you being so strong, I'm not sure if it's enough.
Ooh, SLB in a lot of trouble. Will have to flash away and gets the root up with the Equinox as well onto Rage Mecha, and that will dissuade him from going any further as he was rooted up. Luscicon once again finds himself in trouble in the top side. Subjugate did go down on towards him, but he does get the body slam over the wall. Amino English still sticking to him like glue. An ultimate used by Luscicon. In comes Highlander with the flash, chomps him on the backside, picks up that kill, and 6 kills to 4 now. And the Flying Mariachis, they now finally have their gold lead.
Yeah, I don't think there's much Gragas can do against this Trundle anymore. The Trundle has the Spirit Visage, and I'm not sure if there's really anything new. Like, there's so much lifesteal going on with the ultimate, and of course, like all the extra damage done by the Doran's Blade, lifesteal from it. That's going to be a tough lane. I'm not sure if he can even hold it any longer. In all honesty, like when actually Highlander starts hitting the turret, I'm not sure if it will be safe for Luscicon.
Mino English gonna go aggressive onto Growth once again between 2 towers here, and he decides actually he's just gonna take the Hex Drinker pop, or rather the more of Malmortius pop, and then back away from that one. I think decent there, nothing really expended for it. Highlander wanting to make sure that Luscicon knows that that lane belongs to him right now. Nuri. A little bit of damage on towards him as the Volatile Spiderling blows up, but nothing too major.
Yeah, Rage Mecha is actually somewhat behind in XP when looking at the average XP of the map. Like, the only one that has less XP than him is Chaos, and Chaos hasn't spent any time near minions. Well, not any, but like 80% of his time was in the mid lane bush.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to see the Rift Herald being started up here by, well, I say started up, it's being finished
done,
off
yeah,
more like by the Flying
finished
Mariachis.
off, but they're trading Dragon for it. And I'm guessing they're going to give it over to the Trundle. They actually gave it over to Mino English. I would have expected that to go over to Highlander on this Trundle and make him into an even more dangerous split push threat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we could have seen that turret going pretty low in the top side. And it would have been interesting to see the inner taken quite so early, as we haven't been able to see Muyu and SLB, Muyu in particular, of course, hasn't been able to pick up too much damage onto that bottom lane turret there, and nor has Luscicon on the top side, so that's relatively even across the map. Rage Mecha once again hanging around the middle lane, and Nuri tries to go aggressive. Deathmark on towards him, Repel comes towards, he does juke away from the cocoon, the pop goes on towards him, he's ignited, he's going down. Growth gets it with the last tick of Ignite, I believe there, another kill for him in the middle lane. 3-3-0 now. Ignoring the 3 deaths, he does look pretty fed. The scoreline perhaps not quite representative of that, considering the 3 deaths makes it look a wee bit worse than it actually is.
Yeah, now they're grouping up on this mid lane turret, and Terzone's going to take him for these.
I'm not sure about this one for Chaos. He's level 5 against a level 10. He's going to have to try and get away from this one. Missing You is here to help him though, and Highlander finds himself on the wrong side of the fight. A crit comes through the flash, and there is a great explosive cast to knock him back. Meanwhile, Mino English has trade killed on towards Rage Mayor Kerr, who did go down after burning his flash. Mino English, he's not done with this actually. He has not all that much health though. The SLB's there to heal him up if he so desires. The turret will go down in the middle lane for the Glamour Girls, who just managed to get the priority positioning though.
We actually have to talk about Thunder right now. He has a lot of magic resist, however, the Fed people on Glamour Girls do physical damage. It's Missing You with a giant CS lead, and it's Gref on the Zed who's been doing quite well, even with all the ganks happening. Luscicon and Rage Maker aren't really factors all that much for Highlander in this game. However, he still needs to be wary of the other two.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the only MR item we see, or those 2 are the only MR items we see coming out of him. He is now building something with a cloth armor in it. I imagine that'll probably be a Sunfire cape, most likely. I would say so.
Well, there are a lot of items you could build from this, like technically speaking.
Yeah,
there's Randuin's, however, only Missing You crits, so not really the most optimal. He has Dead Man's Plate, which is pretty good. I think that Dead Man's Plate with Sunfire will probably be the best options right now.
I mean, Sunfire's just in such a good place right now. You hardly ever see a tank not building it. Almost regardless of the type of damage they're up against. I mean, even if there'll always be an AD carry in the game. Even if it's Corki, there's still some AD damage. So, or AD damage, AD. So, you know, it's almost always slightly viable, at least for a top laner or any tank really, to build Sunfire.
Yeah, as we see, Luxicon went with the first item Sunfire because it's so good right now. Built a Sheen as well, probably going into, well, definitely going into that Iceborne Gauntlet. I would be Oh, Muyu.
Oh,
He might
Muyu,
be in
he might be
trouble.
blown up here. He doesn't have his supporting cast. The heal does come through, however. Gareth going low. Muyu turns it around, picks up the kill with the help of SLB. What a great use of that ultimate for him. I said he didn't have the supporting cast, but when some of the cast can support from across the map, it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, the fight is going down here. Ragemaker once again repels, only to come straight back down to his certain doom. Chaos in a lot of trouble. Stunned up by parallel convergence. Goes down as well. Highlander picking that kill up. 10 kills to 6 now, and the Flying Mariachi's just turned it on.
As we talked about this, Tristana is so strong right now. She finished up Ginsu's and has that seal. She does a lot of damage if she could really stack those Ginsu's.
Oh, missing you. He just wanted to defend his turret, but he was not allowed to do that. The turret goes down, and so does he.
He was not ready for well, Mino English's echo to just happen. Like, yeah, he even went, well, as you would expect, Runic Echoes as his first item. Now going into that Iceborne Gauntlet, he is going to be problematic.
Absolutely. A second turret goes down in the middle lane on that same push as well.
Meanwhile.
Yeah, that turret also going down. So that was 2 turrets in the bottom side and 2 turrets in the middle lane, all just picked up by Flying Mariachis off the back of those 3 or 4 kills, I should say. They just absolutely turned on the style, and now significant gold lead in their favor. Will Duskon be able to turn it around, or rather trade this turret back on towards him? He will do, with the help of those Sheen props, of course. But, you know, that's small consolation considering what just happened to his team.
And Tristana now has enough gold for her Runans Hurricane. This is not really looking like a good one for Glamour Girls. I'm going to be honest. Now, the Flying Mariachis can just group up and actually start like pressuring either top lane or continue down the mid lane. Like, Dragon is spawning in, well, the same time as Baron. And looking at Muyu right now, they could probably do a 20-minute Baron.
Oh, Muyu, he might be in some trouble here, gets stunned up, and now the concussive stack's on towards him as well. Gareth goes deep on towards him, but he knows that he can't stay there because of what happened last time. It will just happen again. TP is forced from Highlander. Mino English looks for a re-engage here, but the face dive face plants into the wall instead, and he won't be able to catch up with Ragemaker. He is still chasing, though. He's very, very speedy right now with the help of that Runic Echoes and those Boots of Swiftness, and he is going on towards, but he will be caught out a little bit by Luskon, who will secure the disengage for now, but once again, he's still going. They just do not stop chasing this team. Luskon will finally be going down. Muyu's the one who picks that up. Very good for his team that he is the one who secures it, and, you know, every time it looks like they disengage, Mino English just comes straight back.
He's so fast. Jesus Christ. Like, I don't know if you actually saw it, but he actually face dived onto the pink ward for extra mobility. That was nicely done. Like, I like that. That was pretty smooth.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, just he stuck to them so well, and you know, it got his team only 1 kill, but a kill nonetheless, and priority positioning over the Dragon, which is now available. They have the Rift Scuttler, and English will be starting this one up. Only him and Nuri on it right now, but Muyu and SLB are coming in as well. Highlander doesn't have TP available, so this could turn into a 5v4. However, Luskicon will be actually TPing in, but Grerith is not present, so it's still a 4v4. Dragon going low will be secured by Mino English, but meanwhile, SLB's had to flash away. He's going to be healing up from the backlines now. Repel once again coming through from Ragemaker, and this time he won't die as soon as he falls down, but Mino English looking for a re-engage, didn't quite manage to land the Time Winder though, and it will mean that Missing You is able to get away for now. Mino English not going to chase this time.
Yeah, meanwhile, Highlander just splitting up this top lane against Gareth. Highlander going into his Iceborne Gauntlet right now. We were talking about Dead Man's Blade and Sunfire, but he just picked up the Health Crystal for some extra HP to go along nicely with his resistances.
Absolutely, and you know...
Ah, there's a ward there.
Yeah.
SLP could have been done so.
He could have been, but he was wise, and he has backed off, and will resume his recalling in a different spot. Gareth, you know, does not want to be just holding a lane right now. As a Zed, as this playmaking champion, he's the one with the kills right on his team. He's probably in the strongest position, maybe Missing You also in a pretty strong position, but he does not want to have to be just holding a lane and waiting for Highlander to push it in, because there's no way he's ever going to get a solo kill on towards Highlander. Highlander will just turn that around onto him. So, I mean, it's a really tough situation for him and for the rest of Glamour Girls right now.
Oh god, this is just like the best representation of like the current state of League. We have Missing You on Lucian picking up Boots of Swiftness. Like, there are so many slows in the game that you actually are, as an AD carry, you are forced into Boots of Swiftness. Like, feels bad, man.
Yeah, I mean, to be
Two
fair,
Iceborne gauntlets.
ooh, Muyu might have just baited Ragemaker in. He has. Nuri picks that kill up, and now Chaos, he's going to have to get the stand behind me on towards Lukikon and try and escape right now. Highlander coming in from the side, might be able to disrupt him with a pillar, but he's not going to chase that deep. However, his team might be starting up Baron Nashor instead. They have done, and the Flying Mariachi's already on towards this. Chaos quite low already, but they might have caught out Highlander on the backside, but he's pretty damn tanky, and I'm not sure he's going to be going down without a fight. Luskikon, however, he most certainly is, and in comes Muyu with the resets coming through. Mino English also chasing on towards him. Muyu flashes forward, missing you, going to be going down. Surely a double kill for Muyu. Another reset incoming here, and he's waiting. He goes over the wall, so Gareth can't escape over there, and Gareth tries to, finds a Tristana in his face, will get a return kill onto SLB, but I'm not sure that really matters. This is either Baron Nashor or maybe just an inhibitor instead for the Flying Mariachis. Excellent fight for them once again.
Muyu is such a monster right now. Look at this guy. He had enough gold for another BF sword, but he opted to going for the QSS, and now his damage cannot be stopped. Like you jump onto him, he just kills you. We talked a lot about chaos being created on the side of Flying Mariachis, but the Tristana is pretty strong all on her own as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, we saw Muyu, what he did there. I mean, he stood in a pretty obvious place, got cocooned up by Ragemaker at the very beginning of that fight, and instant QSS, and he just turned it around, and Ragemaker was dead within moments. And you know, he was pretty much on his own for that. He had a little bit of support, but not the whole cast there helping him out. So you know, he's really, really strong right now.
Yeah, he would pick up a Vamp Scepter now for some lifesteal. So yeah. He's not going down without the fight, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and Baron didn't actually get completed there. They chose to get the inhibitor turret instead. Didn't manage to get the inhibitor quite yet. You know, English looking for an engage once again onto Chaos. Decent chunk of his health, and he's still coming in. He's so speedy right now. He's going to keep chasing him. He keeps getting the 3-hit passive procs on towards him, the Z-Drive Resonance, and he's still chasing on towards him. Cocoon will slow him down temporarily, but that just means he switches targets to Ragemaker. He's still going. He does finally decide that he's not quite going to be able to both down in what was eventually a 1v3 as Gareth showed up to save his team. But, you know, that's just pretty much ridiculous at this point. I mean, once again, going in a huge chunk of damage on towards Gareth, and he just jukes away. He's so quick, he can dodge the skill shots coming at him. The Winter's Bite flies harmlessly by. The culling doesn't really land onto anything at all. And, you know, English, he's really running the show. And the Flying Mariachis, they take that inhibitor.
Yeah, Mino English and Muyu right now, they're doing quite well, and there's not much Glamour Girls can really do about this. They had to give up an inhibitor, like, when all of their members are there. Like, that says a lot.
Yeah.
It's an unfortunate situation they are in right now, and it might be more unfortunate for Ragemaker right now.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. He does get the flash away and will survive for now. He has that bomb above his head, but it won't be exploding into too much damage. Mino English once again throwing the Time Winders out. Will get a bit of a tick onto missing you, but not a significant amount of damage. So this goes for an engage, tries to catch out Muyu here. He might have just done it, but no, SLB's there with the heals, and meanwhile, Mino English, he's 1v4 basically. Highlander coming in as well to lend his hand in aid. SLB picked up a kill in the middle of all of that, and this is just a whitewash for the Flying Mariachis. Chaos gonna be the last to go down. Gareth is still around somewhere. He's still trying to get some trade kills. He does take Mino English though, but there is the chrono break, so it doesn't matter. A double kill comes through for Highlander. The ace coming through for the Flying Mariachis, and that pretty much secures the game in their favor. They're going to be heading to the middle lane. They have a wave coming in. They're flashing over the wall. They know they can end this game. The Nexus turrets are going to be going down.
They completely destroyed them in that fight. Like, everybody got onto Muyu, and Muyu just like survived with like 200 HP the entire fight. Life stole back, got all the shields from Nuri and the heals from SLB. Amazingly played by the Flying Mariachis. GG.
Yep, GG indeed. Flying Mariachis in convincing style after what was a very give and take early game. Suddenly turned it on towards the middle game as soon as Muyu got that Rage Blade completed on that Tristana, and they were just turned on the style, completely obliterated Glamour Girls for the rest of the game, and go 1-0 in this first quarterfinal series. Really well played by them.
so long, I cannot tell how in my mind, at what moment in time, I woke up in this cell.
And welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 in this Best of 5 series in the Vespyr playoff quarter-final of the Premier League. This game, once again, is going to be between Glamour Girls, this time on the blue side, and on the red side this time we have the Flying Mariachis. My name is still Tasty Aldar, and with me is still Void.
We're still here.
Yeah,
Nothing
we are
has
still the
changed.
same people. Yeah.
And looking at the bans, well, the Soraka ban is new.
Mhm. Yeah,
Was
makes
this
a lot
to
of
be
sense.
expected? It makes
Yeah.
sense after what happened like last
Oh.
game. Oh, the echo.
What a surprise!
What
Who would
a
have seen
surprise.
that ban coming?
Nobody could have foreseen, like, me no English's god tier pick getting banned away. But actually, no Draven ban. So,
Yeah.
are they taunting missing you, or do they plan on taking that for themselves in the first rotation? I haven't seen Muyu on Draven, but I don't know, like... Actually, yeah, they opt into going for the Trundle for the first pick.
Yeah.
Probably thinking, no way that the Flying Mariachis are actually going to pick Draven, we can just last pick him.
Yeah,
if we
I mean,
want to.
even then, missing you, I mean, when he does play Draven, it hasn't always gone that well in the past. He's very good at the champion, but when he plays it, maybe he gets this mentality, maybe the other teams get a mentality that they really want to shut him down. And they draft a team comp around shutting the Draven down, because they know if they bait him into the Draven pick, he's going to have to be the main carry of the Glamour Girls. So, you know, we'll see if he does end up going for it. I believe Draven is, I think he's 0-2 on it this split so far, so, you know, it's not, while it is a high priority pick for him, it doesn't mean an insta-win.
Yeah, it's by no means an insta-win, but it's fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
He plays a lot of Draven, and I like seeing people who are mechanically excellent on, like, one particular pick.
Yeah.
Like the one tricks are really nice to watch when they
Mhm.
actually get their champion, because they can be such carry lords. On the other hand, they can just like become Tyler 1 or something when getting camped, and then
I'm glad
then we
missing
might
you is
see
not
some...
Tyler 1.
Well, I haven't seen him in person, so I don't know.
Well, okay, we can assume he's probably not quite Tyler 1.
Well,
3 picks.
We have access to all chats, so like if he picks Draven, we will see.
HEXED. Anyway.
Did he no cog ban XD?
Anyway, yeah, no cog ban in this game, so maybe if he channels his inner Tyler 1, maybe he will go on tilt as a result of that. Who knows? Anyway, 3, 4, 5 picks now locked in across the board. It is Shen that's actually been locked in on the side of the Glamour Girls, which is an interesting pick, especially considering there's already a Trundle in the game, so that probably means the Trundle probably going to support with Shen in the top lane, I guess.
But they picked Alistar though, so it's going
Oh,
to be
yeah, no,
Alistar's...
okay.
Okay. So let's theorycraft here while we wait for the next picks. So
Okay.
we can, technically speaking, we can have Alistar top going the AP Alistar with the Rod of Ages, Lichbane, and Luden's Echo build. Technically speaking.
Technically speaking.
We can have jungle Shen. We can have support Shen as well. Top lane Shen is also an option.
I think we've
Jungle
seen...
could probably go, like, jungle can go into jungle, in the top lane, in the sword portal as well. So they filled out top, support, and jungle.
Yeah,
Now
most
the
likely.
ordering of that is what we're left baffled with.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Shen jungle here. I think Rage Mare Kerr is going to be the one picking up that Shen. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nautilus and Caitlyn are the lock-ins for the Flying Mariachis, and we've seen Muyu on Caitlyn before, and I remember one game in particular, it went to the late game, his team was so far behind, the Flying Mariachis, they were down and almost out, but then Muyu turned the whole game around on that Caitlyn. It was a really special performance, actually, really early on, maybe the second or the third week, I can't remember who they were playing against at this point, but I've seen him play very, very well on that champion, so I'm quite excited to see it again. That is the Draven being hovered by Missing You. Will he lock it in? We'll have to wait and see.
Do it! Do it for glory. Do it for glory.
Okay. Orianna has been
Orianna,
locked in.
so we know that Orianna will be the mid laner. Now the AD carry. Will it be Draven? God, you know you want it. He's going to wait for the last second. I can guarantee you. He's going to wait for the last second, then switch to something else and troll the living hell out of us.
I mean, his team are just telling him to pick Lucian, and nope, there it is. Okay.
He locks it in.
He locks it in. Alright.
So it's going to be a Draven Alistar bot lane, which could be pretty strong. However, Muyu and SLB with that Caitlyn Braum combo, that's going to be pretty oppressive, especially for Draven, because Muyu can just farm and poke from a distance, and SLB can just block any sort of trading opportunities that Missing You finds in that bottom lane. Also, Braum, as we said, good with some of the best AD carries, Caitlyn being now some of the best AD carries. They have a lot of CC between them. Because it's either going to be somebody stepping into the K-trap and Braum getting a free as hell Winter's Bite onto them, or it is going to be a stack of concussive blows falling into a trap while they are stunned.
Absolutely.
So a lot of stuns, a lot of CC in between them, and a lot of damage from Muyu's Caitlyn, because we know that Caitlyn right now does so much with those headshots.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing a Protect the AD carry comp coming out of the Flying Mariachis, though this is more of a Protect the AD carries comp, as Graves in the jungle probably going to be receiving some priority and doing quite a lot of damage, me know English. I mean, we saw him really perform on Echo. If he can do anything like that, he actually had the most damage on Echo, so if he's playing Graves, there's going to be a lot of damage coming out of him, I'm sure. Gareth, on that Orianna, is something we've seen him default to quite a lot. He is very comfortable on that champion. Like Missing You on Draven, not quite to the same extent perhaps, but I believe he is pretty comfortable on that champion. We are seeing both mid laners running the teleport.
Yeah, it's going to be teleport mid laners and top laners, so we should expect a lot of map presence, and I expect some clown fiestas in the bot lane with those double TPs, and of course junglers coming there as well. They have Shen as well. Shen, who has his ultimate for even more map pressure, so
yeah,
I don't know. This is looking like Missing You's game to shine. Like Lusikon is again on this Trundle. No, wait, actually, my mistake.
Gragas last time.
Yeah, it was Gragas. It was actually Highlander on the Trundle. So swapping it out a bit, Highlander's now on the Nautilus, and Nautilus is a pretty decent pick still. Like, we're slowly moving back into the tank meta again, unfortunately for any AD carry player in the world.
Right. But
So, yeah, Nautilus is pretty good, unfortunately. Does a lot of AoE, base damages are obscene as usual. However, Trundle is a good anti-tank champion, as we know, so might run into some trouble there. Mino English picking up this Graves. I'm interested to see how that goes. Like, he was playing Echo last game, who has a lot of mobilities and slows. Graves is not as mobile, really. He does have his dash with the quick draw, however, he's more of a burst one-shot sort of champion, and then builds into this sort of, technically speaking, melee bruiser if you want to do the most damage.
yeah. Yeah, no, I reckon we're good. I reckon... yeah, we'll be seeing pretty much... Yeah, as the game gets later, the Graves gets more melee, basically, is how it tends to go. Both teams, of course, running what is essentially protecting AD carry compositions, although it is more Missing You-centric than it is Muyu-centric on the other side, but, you know, maybe Muyu needs a few less resources to really pop off, because, I mean, for a long time in that last game, we just saw him soaking up waves in the bottom lane, not doing anything until he got that Rage Blade, and then, once he did get that Rage Blade, we saw him picking up a 1v1 kill on towards Gareth on Zed, who was, you know, looking for an easy kill in the bottom lane. So, you know, maybe that means that, despite the fact that Missing You perhaps has more resources funneled into him this game, we'll have to see if that's actually the case, then Muyu maybe just needs fewer.
Yeah, Muyu and SLP going for a bit more aggressive sort of lane this time. With the Soraka being banned out, he opted against picking the Tristana again, because I'm guessing he just didn't feel comfortable enough. Like not having all of those Soraka heals, so he just picks Kate, who can hit from afar, still does a lot of damage. It's again a Runan's Hurricane AD carry, so still a lot of teamfight power, and especially Caitlyn stacking up those headshots in 2 hits can mean a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Once she gets to that point where the Runans comes through, as well as the, well, most likely be an Infinity Edge first item, then he crits to oblivion with many, many headshots.
Yeah, it will be probably be the classic, like, BF sword into Runans into Infinity Edge, and then into Rapid Fire Cannon. Might even go for the early Rapid Fire Cannon, as we saw in the LCS, but that's more of a push strat. Now, we're in the loading screen, and we see the Keystone Masteries, and it is exactly as you would expect. Alistar going with the Windspeaker's Blessing, Braum with the Bond of Stone, AD carries with the Fervor, mid laners with the Thunderlord's Decree, junglers with the Stank of Ages, and top laners with the Grasp of the Undying. So, a classic setup by all means.
Absolutely, and some pretty classic champions in the game, or at least some of them. Maybe some of them not quite so much, however. We are now once again onto Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of the Vespyr Premier League Playoff Quarterfinal between Glamour Girls on the blue side and the Flying Mariachis on the red side. If you guys want to put in chat, let us know who you guys think will win, seeing as the straw poll not currently working at the moment, so you can't have one of those to vote in, but you can make your voices heard in Twitch chat if you would like. Once again, we are seeing the team on the red side, which is this time Flying Mariachis. Last time, of course, it was the Glamour Girls, clumping up. Going towards the top side, maybe going for a bit of an invade. They're actually positioning themselves for a counter invade here. If they get invaded upon, they will just come out of that bush with the dredge line and take anyone down. However, it doesn't look like anyone on Glamour Girls is going to fall into their trap.
Oh yeah, they're going in for the 5-man invade, and Luskan just backs away. Doesn't want to get caught by this. There's a lot of CC on that side and a fair bit of damage as well. I have to say, like, report Luxicon, the only one without a skin.
Yeah.
A pleb by all means.
Yeah, indeed.
Indeed.
Well, they just get one little ward on towards Grump, is the one they decided on, and now they will be backing away. So, not too much action in the early game in this one. Just like last time, some pretty calm invades, counter-invades going on all over the place, and, you know, nothing comes of it in the end. Ragemaker, I'm not sure what he's up to here. It's going to be a long time before he gets to any jungle camp. He's actually just going to start So he is starting the bot side. It's just going to take him a little bit longer than usual to get down towards it. And meanwhile, we are seeing Mino English starting on the top side on the other side.
Yeah, and missing you and Chaos really helping him out a lot there. He's not going to miss out on anything because of how much they helped him. And actually, with that ward being placed there, Mino English can go over and steal the blue buff if he wants to go really aggressive.
And I mean, I'm not sure he would want to go all that aggressive, considering he'd be up against... Well, actually, no, he could.
Well,
he could.
it's Graves against
Yeah.
Sven. If he wants to taunt you, you have no problem with that.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Okay. Fair enough. He might have some auto attacks blocked, though. Nuri going for a bit of an early trade as he hit level 2 just before Gareth did, but not too much damage coming through, just a bit of a chunk on towards Growth. Muyu and SLB, you get the level 2 earlier as they were able to complete a jungle camp because of Mino English starting on that top side. However, they don't really utilize it to do anything too major right now to missing you in Chaos.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a classic stalemate right now. Just all the lanes farming, the junglers doing their first clear. Nothing seems out of the ordinary, at least yet. Like, Ragemaker is near the mid lane, however, he doesn't have any energy, he is on half HP, he just wants to continue his farming ways in the jungle.
He's a little bit behind Mino English in terms of the jungle clear, but...
That is to be expected. It's Shen against Graves. Graves has really good wave clear, not wave clear, jungle clear, I meant to say. And Shen is kind of slow in that department, he is more tanky than he does damage, so...
Interesting strat employed by Nuri in the middle lane, getting the shield onto the caster minion instead of himself when the damage came through, but a little bit of a misplay, perhaps.
It's mind games. It's mind games.
Yes, no, of course.
Of course. Well, like, you actually can use that to your advantage. Like, when you push in a wave towards the turret, and a cannon minion is about to get last hit, you just shield them. And you completely screw over and tilt the opposing mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, you could do, and you could ruin some last hits with it, perhaps, as well. Extra high-level mind games, maybe put them on minion tilt, as it were, rather. But, you know,
no, like,
top lane...
that tilts you. That supremely tilts you. When you miss a minion because somebody's shielded or something like that.
Supreme tilt.
Yeah, like, when I play against a Soraka, when I see a Soraka healing a cannon minion, I cry.
That was not quite the taunt Ragemaker was looking for, as Highlander will be able to float on out of there as Astro Nautilus. The hook, he dredge-lined himself straight into the pillar of ice that was put up in front of him, and that duked Ragemaker as well as Highlander, and so Highlander wasn't taunted up and was able to escape. Chaos going for a bit of an engage on the bot side, but nothing too much, as the Unbreakable from SLB actually means that Chaos is the one who gets by far the worst of that trade, as missing you is pummeling his axes into the shield of Braum and not doing all that much damage. Ragemaker tried to get a gank off in the middle lane, but evidently was not successful with that either.
And this is what we talked about. Whenever Chaos wants to go aggressive, he kind of just gets screwed over by SLV. Because missing you can't do anything. He just gets hit up to the shield, and Highlander... Whew,
Oh my goodness, Luskikon, he's so low, but the flash keeps blood. No! He does go down! The auto attack from the caster minion, I believe, was what took him down. I'm not even sure, but he did go down in the end.
3 auto attacks from the caster minions flying simultaneously. Oh, grenade!
Yeah, oh, woo. Oh, alright, okay, the flash taunt not quite landing. Flash is burned all over the shop right now, and still only 1 kill, just that one on the top side. That Highlander was able to pick up a solo kill on Nautilus on towards a Trundle. That's pretty damn impressive.
That was really hypey. A lot of flashes being blown at the exact same time. And Luskikon has to feel bad about that one. The caster minions just finishing him off after he flashes.
Yeah.
That feels pretty bad, man.
At least it was flash for flash from his perspective, but, you know, the fact that there was also a 400 gold conceded as well as the flash makes it a little bit worse than it would have been otherwise.
Yeah, not going to be a happy little camper. And actually, going a bit more offensive than we might expect, he goes into the double longsword. Like last game, we saw Highlander going for that early Spirit Visage against an AP opponent. Luskikon going for something a bit more aggressive. Meanwhile, Highlander just picks up a Bomby Cinder, just wants to sit on top of Luskikon all day long.
Basically, yeah, more AoE damage, more with the Reptides and the Burnout, he's going to be doing a significant amount of damage to Luskikon, as well as to the minions, as we just saw, kind of a wave cleared out pretty effectively by Highlander. Not completely, of course, but chunked out pretty low for the most part. Once again, trading on towards Luscon takes almost half of his health away. Luscon actually wants this trade by the look of it, and Highlander not trading back on towards him too much. Gets the dredge line, but that is a huge amount of health regained by Luscon actually. Popped the ultimate, the subjugate on towards Highlander, and, you know, gets the better of that trade.
The Trundle was so brutal. Like, Highlander was winning that, straight up winning that trade, and then just Trundle ult happened. Now he wants to just wait a little and might actually, probably can re-engage. He still has his ult.
Ooh, all three of those Riptide procs went on towards Luscon. Depth charge comes through, pops him up. Another solo kill in the top side. Luscon not having the best of games so far at all. Muyu trying to get the kills turned around, and Chaos doesn't have the ultimate available, but he is quite tanky still and won't be going down quite yet. Ragemaker looking for a return kill on the top side, but he doesn't want to feed another kill over towards Highlander. Highlander going low, but so is Ragemaker, and there's a huge minion wave in Highlander's favor as well, and Ragemaker decides wisely in the end that he can't quite take that fight. Once again, we do see Mino English also hanging around the bottom lane, maybe looking for a bit of a turret dive on towards Missing You and Chaos, who are chunked quite low, and Chaos still doesn't have access to his ultimate quite yet.
Yeah, and you talked about this. Whenever Missing You picks Draven, they just focus him down, and this was exactly what's happening.
Yep. Ooh, Chaos flashes away, and Mino English with the reload can't quite proc the concussive stacks there, and it does mean that Chaos is able to escape despite not having his ultimate available to him. Did have to burn Flash though.
They might want... Chaos doesn't have level 6. They can look for a dive now.
Yeah, and in they come, and actually the damage coming through, and it's SLB that picks it up on the backside, gets the double knock-up, and that means that Muyu can chime in, pick up the second kill. Didn't get an assist on the first one, but I don't think he'll mind too awfully much. A kill is a kill regardless of how it's obtained. So many long-range abilities from SLB and Mino English mean that Missing You and Chaos both go down in the end. Really well executed there by that duo pairing, and Muyu chiming in at the end as well, putting a bit of extra damage on top to finish it off.
That was so brutal to watch. He just like the Braum ult damage killed him. That's
not something you see every day.
That's not something you see every day. It's extremely entertaining for us, heartbreaking for Missing You.
Absolutely, yeah. And you know, Glamour Girls, they went to what would seem to be more comfortable picks in this game, and it's not been working out for them so far whatsoever. 2.2k gold behind already, 0 for 4 right now, and a dragon also against them, going in favor of the flying mariachis. Nuri will have to burn Flash as a result of the gank in the middle lane from Chaos, but that's a small gain considering all the losses for the Glamour Girls so far.
Hey, this reminds me of last game. It's the exact same thing, only on Braum. However, it doesn't look like it's paying off as much as it did last game. Well, it didn't even pay off last game because they lost it in the end, but...
But no, they kept even for a lot longer in the last game than they managed to this time.
That is true, and actually both the mid laners going the Rod of Ages build. So, going to be slightly more tanky than you might expect from those squishy mages.
Yeah,
Trouble going for an early, probably Titanic Hydra. It might be Ravenous, but I don't know, like...
I think it's going to be Titanic.
You can't swap between the two anymore.
No.
If you could, then yeah, pick Ravenous and then just swap it back to the Titanic when you start team fighting. But like this, just build straight up Titanic. It's just better on tanky champions, even with the nerfs to its damage.
Indeed, I think still one of the stronger items in the game overall. I would say Muyu looking to put some pain down on towards Missing You and Chaos. He still has that XP advantage that they garnered early in the game. Ragemaker coming in for his umpteenth gank. Let's see if this is finally the one that's successful for him. Does land the taunt this time onto Highlander, but he's so tanky, and he's turning it around. The Riptide doing so much damage as well. In came Nuri. Will he get the root on towards Ragemaker? He doesn't quite manage to, and Luscon tries to deter it, but there's a lot of damage going on towards him. Death Charge comes through, but the Stand United is forced out of Ragemaker, coming from all of 2 meters away, and does secure his top laner's life for now.
Yeah, Ragemaker had to flash for that one, but no, he did expend teleport, and that's free time for Grave to farm up in that mid lane.
He's also getting some damage on towards the middle lane outer turret, but I don't think it's going to be all that much, considering Orianna not the best at taking turrets. Not the worst, but not the best either.
Well, she's good at wave clearing, so a CS advantage, as we can see. Not the big one, but it's better than nothing. To be fair, and right now this still is just... You can probably bully the living hell out of Luscon.
Yes.
2-0, have around the same CS, and yet the wave is pushing towards him. It's not going to be a fun one for Luskan by any means.
Yeah.
Unless just Trundle happens and he takes over, which is possible. He is going for some magic resist now, which is good for him.
Yes.
By all means.
Very necessary.
Like, I'm not too convinced about the early Tiamat.
Oh, Ragemaker once again
Just
doesn't
missed it.
land the taunt, and that means no gank potential is there anymore. So, the bottom lane of the Flying Mariachis just wander on away, taking the tiniest little scratch of damage onto the health bars, and I remain unimpressed by the jungle Shen so far.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Mino English was just counter jungling him and picks up a Rift Herald for his team. Oh, there's some trading happening. I thought they were going in on each other. Like, it looked like
Shockwave
one of those
was available,
situations.
but Growth still getting traced. This could turn explosive any moment. However, the Rift Herald has been finished off. Highlander, I think, was the one who picked it up. There is the Shockwave in the middle lane, and Nuri going very low, gets the ball put into him, taken back out instantly. Growth finally gets a kill for Glamour Girls, and you know they're not back in it yet, but it's a kill. It's still good for them.
Yeah, that was nicely played by Grerif. Like, you uses the command attack and then the command protect for extra damage on the way back. That's pretty nice. And they actually
Very quickly as well.
Oh, Highlander's taking some damage, and Ragemaker is just showing himself up there, playing that pink ward. They actually gave the Rift Herald buff over to Mino English. I don't know, they keep giving it over to the junglers, and I'm not too sure. I'm gonna be honest, like, the top lane, like, Highlander has been doing a lot of work. I would give him that.
Yeah, I mean...
buff. Then again, I don't know what they have planned. Like,
Yeah.
If they plan on having, like, Mino English destroy bot lane and then, like, everybody rotating up mid after taking the turret, then yeah, it's probably better to go towards him, but... Oh, Mino English looking for something in the mid lane, however, not much he can do there. He's spotted out.
Oh, he's going on towards Growth, but Ragemaker's already there for the counter gank. Does land the taunt just in time, and Growth will escape with the sliver of health. Mino English, he's not in a good spot right now. In comes Luskicon, subjugate on towards him, but I don't think the tick damage is enough to take him down. Flash was forced. Nuri looking for a bit of a re-engage. Highlander's also hanging around, but so is Chaos. Now Highlander, he's so healthy, he's got so many heals, gets headbutted away over the wall. Chaos has to burn the Unbreakable Will, trying to escape. Will he get rooted up? He's going to have the concussive stacks onto him. Dredge lined in, gets a 3-man pulverize. Does not matter, goes down anyway. And what looked like it was going to be a decent fight. I mean, for Glamour Girls, they got that good taunt off early. On towards Mino English, turns once again in the Flying Mariachi's favor.
Meanwhile, the AD carries get the fire. I like that. That's the most classic thing ever. Oh, and Missing You needs to just run away from this turret. It's going down, and there's not much he can do about it, really.
No, there's...
Yeah, he's actually going for the early Yomu's build, which I have seen some people do it, but Draven is not all that popular, so I don't know many other popular builds apart from that one.
Yeah, well, from what I can tell, Missing You does prefer some armor pen in his first item. I've seen him go Duskblade Drakthar first item on it before, I do believe, but not going to be what he's going this time.
But they actually managed to save the turret.
Yeah, they save it for now, but it's just a matter of time, really, to be honest. I don't think it's really all that significant they managed to save it. Ragemaker can't stay in the bottom lane forever, and Mino English, he's already heading down as well.
This is exactly what we were talking about. He's going to come in, try and, like, push Missing You to back, and then they want to pick up a dragon. Like, that's what I would expect, although he looks like he's backing away. I'm not sure why. They can just force it. In all honesty, I think they can just force it.
Yeah, SLB could walk up and punch the turret once, and I'm pretty sure it would go down. However, they're going to go for a bit of a fight instead. Someone should focus the turret. It's doing damage to them, and it doesn't need to be, but Chaos, he's nuked down regardless. TP was coming in, but it was cancelled. Ragemaker in the back lines gets that big zone in which he cannot be auto-attacked, but it's not going to make all that much of a difference. Missing You has the concussive stacks on towards him. Winter's Bite gets locked up. Piltover Peacemaker coming through the backside of him, and he gets taken down as well. Will Ragemaker also be a casualty? No, because the Shadow Dash is there, and he just gets away.
Yeah, it was actually SLV running up to destroy the turret. Focusing on the most important thing, and that's the turret kill. Some trading going on in the top lane, going in favor of Highlander.
Yep, And third turret in about a minute gets taken down by the Flying Mariachis. And once again, just like last time, we see a relatively slow early game, and then suddenly they just turn on the power. I mean, this time they were ahead the whole time, but, you know, no turrets, and then suddenly 3 turrets, 1 in the top lane, 2 in the bottom lane. And now a dragon as well.
Yeah, they can just force the dragon. There's, apart from some sort of miracle skill, there's not really anything Glamour Girls can do here.
Oh, Rage Mecha did try and go for the steal, but he wasn't able to get there quite in time. And the rest of the Flying Mariachi is just going to back away. So, 7 kills to 1. Bronzil coming through there.
Oh god.
The classic scoreline.
Where you has 4,000 gold. He's on BF Sword Zealot. He has 4,000 gold. Like, oh,
Yeah.
oh god! Infinity
Oh
in
my
advance.
goodness. That's
Like,
just...
They were winning before that. They were winning before 2 completed items.
Yeah.
He's going to be a monster.
Yeah, no, I mean, I
and
think he already
might be
is.
caught out.
Yeah, Nuri in a lot of
Oh,
trouble. A million people on towards him. Does get taken down. The shockwave came through, but it's just one pick, and a pick's good, but it's a bit little, and it's a bit late for the rest of the Glamour Girls, to be honest, right now.
Oh, that's so awful to watch. That's the point where you like type in all chat for mid ...
Yeah, 4 ults for me.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, looking for an engage there, Highlander. Doesn't quite land the dredge line on towards him, though, and SOB doesn't land the Winter's Bite either. Ward coverage is unanimously, or not quite unanimously, but almost entirely in favor of the Glamour Girls, so they have that going for them, but they don't have an awful lot else going for them as Ragemare Kerr goes in, tries to get the engage here, and the fight has begun. Chaos chunked out very low, and Ragemare Kerr gets taken down by the collateral damage in the end, missing you. Depth charge on towards him, but it just knocks up a bunch of people in the way. Instead, Chaos will get taken very low, does manage to head for SLB back onto the turret, but it's not going to matter too much because missing you's already gone down. Luscon trying to get a return kill onto me, knowing that she does get taken down by Grerith in the end. And now it's just Grerith alive. Ace in the hole comes through. Not enough to secure the kill. It's enough to force him away, though. Another turret for the Flying Mariachis. It was a messy fight for them. It wasn't as good as it could have been, but it was still very good. And to be honest, when that is bad for you, you know the game's going well.
Yeah, and they can just take another turret as well. And look at Highlander. He has a QSS. Trundle can't do all that much for him anymore. Oh, and there's a pause going on.
I'm going to see a pause coming through now. Let's see what that's all about. Probably just going to be a little lag issues on one of the members of Glamour Girls, I believe, who called the pause. But right now, if we look at the minimap, we can see the ward coverage. I can only see
There
one
are a lot
ward.
of wards. No, there are a lot of wards on the side of Glamour Girls, but they don't mean anything. Like, yeah, deep warding is really good. However, you're not going to be seeing the Flying Mariachis in that part of their jungle, near wolves and near blue buff. They will be in your jungle.
Yeah.
The deep wards don't mean anything, so...
Yeah. The Flying Mariachis right now, they have one ward on the map, from what I can tell. It's that one pink ward, but they don't seem to care very much, to be honest. They're winning this just with raw power right now. They have to
just
let
powering
waves
through them completely. Oh god.
The waves in the top
apparently
side.
missing you left his PC, didn't tell anybody why.
Well, we'll hope he's back.
Tyler is
Surely.
you.
Come on.
Is the full-on tilt from getting camped by the jungler?
Let's
He is
assume there was...
0-3, but he's still doing well. He is pumping out damage. However, the Flying Mariachis are so strong right now. They are just powering through like the entirety of the Glamour Girls lineup.
Yeah, and the Glamour, it just doesn't look like they have any real response. I mean, that fight went kind of okay for them, but kind of okay isn't good enough at this point when you're already, what, 7k gold behind, 6.5k gold behind. You have waves pushing in the top side and the bot side, and you have champions pushing in the middle lane, and that means that middle lane turret's just about to go down. So another turret going down means another chunk of gold are going to be going over to the Flying Mariachis, and it's just... I think this game's just a hopeless situation at this point for the Glamour Girls. I think they need to really just give up on this one, and they need to reset and think about the next game, because if they lose the next game, then they lose the quarterfinals, and they're out of the playoffs, and they absolutely do not want that to be the case, of course. So I think what they really need to do is just reset their frame of mind, and they need to look for the reverse sweep, basically.
I'm just looking at poor Grerith. He did so much in that team fight. Like, he hit everything he had to hit, still it went so wrong for the entirety of his team. Alright, it looks like we're going to start back up.
I do believe that is the case, so we should be going back up as soon as Flying Mare actually say they are ready, and they are ready, so play will resume in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The middle lane tower goes down.
Turret has been destroyed. Perfect. And now they can actually take a Rift Herald before Baron spawns, which is nice for them. Like, that's a little extra buff there.
Yeah, however, it looks like there might actually be a contest coming in. I mean, they walked over some wards to get there. A TP coming in as well. Muyu might be a little caught out. The taunt does land on towards him, but Gareth sombreros himself instead of the enemies. Nothing works here. Nothing has worked for the Glamour Girls. They're still winning the fight, though. Nothing went right, but they still pick up one kill. But it's only on towards Highlander, and now it's being turned against them. Nuri pumping damage out onto Ragemaker. He goes down in the middle of that wall there. And now the Flying Mare Archers can just turn back around onto the onto that Rift Herald, and once again we see another pause coming through. And once again is missing you, and this time he has lagged out. So
I don't know, like he was in the bottom lane with all of that was happening, and I was just like, they say he disconnected. I'm worried it might be an Alt F4. Like, oh god, that Gareth Wolf was like...
Yeah, apparently, according to Gareth, what he's saying in chat is that his bull was transported back to him after he crashed into SLB's shield with it.
It shouldn't that though. It doesn't go back, it stops in front of the shield.
Yeah,
just like
well maybe it was very close to him or something like that, but
it might
either
be
way...
that it was close to him and then automatically picked up by him. We would have to watch the replay to see what exactly happened there, but it felt pretty bad.
Yeah.
It feels so bad when you ult yourself as Orianna. You feel like the bronzest player in the world.
Yep, and you know, straight after that, Chaos tried to go for a headbutt pulverize on towards Muyu, just headbutted Muyu into safety and pulverized whoever was next to him, probably SLB or something like that. Not a priority target at all, so everything just went wrong in that moment for the Glamour Girls, and that's just not ideal for them.
There is a small... There's a small glimmer of hope for them. Like, that fight went horribly wrong. Let's be honest, it went horribly wrong. However, it was sort of okay. Like, yeah, they lost the fight, but at the beginning it looked like they could actually win it if they didn't screw everything up.
Yeah.
So, technically speaking, if they play this one perfectly, they still can win this game, even though they are 7,000 gold behind. Like, they didn't have Missing You there. Like, as you said, Grave sombreroed himself.
Yeah.
And, like, Chaos whiffed the combo. So if that doesn't happen, they could theoretically still win a team fight.
Yeah, but they're going to have to rely on Flying Mare Archie's greeding for something like they did that time, because that was a 3v5 for the vast majority of that fight. You know, even a 2v5 at some parts. And, you know, that's just... 2v5s, 3v5s shouldn't be that close, and they shouldn't end up with a 1-for-2 trade, even when it does become a 5v5. So, it was a closer fight for them, and that looks promising to start with, but they had everything right for that fight. Everything was set up very perfectly. They had the taunt on towards Muyu, whose flash was not available, so they'd caught him out. If the shockwave had landed on towards him, it would have been great, but, like, everything went perfect to set up the fight, and
then everything went so horribly wrong.
But I don't think everything's going to go perfect for them again in this game.
Yeah, probably, you're probably right, because Baron is spawning in 15 seconds. Technically, they could take Rift Herald and then Baron as well. I'm not sure how the buffs interact with each other, because I've never seen actually that happen.
It probably just overwrites the Rift Herald buff. We'll have to see, though, actually, because that could well be what they do.
Probably does override, because I doubt they would. If it actually gave extra bonuses to the minions, you would have, like, champion level minions.
Yeah. Get a banner of command in there too, that'd be whew.
Oh god, that would...
You could have Nuri shielding the minions, we've seen him do that a fair few times, so...
I think you could have a cannon minion soloing Missing You at that point.
Yeah.
Like, that would be brutal if the buffs actually would stack, but I guess technically we could see that. so that we don't have to theory craft what actually happens when the two buffs coexist.
Yeah, in theory, that will be exactly what they do. I could see them easily just taking down Baron. They got a pretty quick, well, relatively fast Baron. Muyu pumping out a lot of damage. Double AD carries obviously makes the Baron quicker, and concussive stacks also do a fair amount of damage when they're procced. So
yeah, they don't have their primary tank. Like Highlander is dead, but like SLB.
He has shields from Nuri as well.
Nuri shields, can probably tank up a lot of damage because Minungus will just spam the living hell out of his quick draw and get more armor and magic resist every time. So. That's going to help him out a lot. He also does have his Death's Dance, so he is somewhat tanky. Yeah. Also, on a side note, the Death's Dance passive is actually true damage.
Oh yeah.
So you can't build any resistances to like screw over the actual passive that.
Yeah. Right.
Even then mitigates the damage you take by reapplying it to a bleed.
Yeah, and yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah. It's
basically
going to be a long pause, basically. Yeah.
But yeah, so okay, so what do you think of the Jungle Shen so far? Because I'm not impressed.
I don't think it's all that good. I'm gonna be honest. Like the jungle clear is meh at best. It's not that it's bad. It's that they're better picks. Like you could have picked Elise here. You could have picked Gragas was still open, I believe.
Yeah.
You could
I feel like Tank Elise is just a better version of the same pick, basically.
Basically, yeah. Like I do understand why he would pick it though. Like
well, the global presence.
The global presence. The global presence is important, but just like pick, I don't know, some jungler that doesn't need flash and go smite teleport or something. It would probably be better than the jungle Shen. I don't know. Like that's what I think. In all honesty.
Yeah. I don't think he's been the worst. But
he definitely hasn't been the worst. In all fairness, like he hasn't had a lot of opportunities to shine because well, things got out of hand rather abruptly.
Yeah, but he had a fair few missed taunts early in the game, and ganks it just didn't work out for him at all.
Oh, that flash in the mid lane. That flash in the mid lane, like.
Yeah. I think taunt flash has been significantly nerfed actually from old Shen. He has reconnected.
I think Clown Fiesta is the word we're trying to find.
Maybe. Well, maybe from one side, but not so much the other. Yep, he is back in the game, so we should be resuming any moment now, just as soon as the Flying Mariachis once again confirm they are ready for the game to restart, and they have done. So once again, it is going to be when they hit the unpause. Alright, well I guess they're not. I guess they're just trolling.
And
just a prank.
Getting trolled.
just a prank, I guess. I guess. You want to go ahead and unpause now? There we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are finally back in game.
And they're picking up the refill.
What a surprise! No one saw that coming.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. What? Okay, well, a little bit of future vision there coming out from that sweeper. Well, so we aren't going to get to see that interaction just yet because Baron not being started up, which I think might be wise. I mean,
it's the wise approach. However, it's not the fun approach.
No, boo hiss.
Boo, yes. Oh god, and now we see the game, well, sort of restarting, so to speak, literally and figuratively.
Yeah.
Like, they're actually looking to group up in the mid lane and possibly even push out the mid lane turret. Like, they see Missing You farming down bot lane, trying to, well, get all the items he needs to carry.
Yeah.
At least get back into this one.
Yeah, but that's going to take a long time.
Oh, they're rotating back to Baron. Come on.
Oh, they're doing it. There's only 2 of them, though. They could try the 2-man, but looks like more likely they're just going to be pushing out the top lane instead.
The big ward doesn't see the green ward, actually. I checked it right now, like with the spectate command, so it's just outside the vision range.
Chaos, hello. You sure about this one, buddy? He's going in for it. He gets the headbutt pulverize onto Muyu, but with no follow-up, I'm not sure that's exactly what he wanted. Does get the shield on towards him. Growth will be able to try and keep him alive. Glacial Fisher did knock him up, but it's nothing
use a
in
lot
the end.
of things there, like.
That doesn't make it not a questionable play.
Oh no, it's like It's one of those places where you just type in question mark in all chat.
Yeah. The
Like,
question mark
that's-
pings come out from the rest of the team.
Yeah. No, some word battles happening
Yeah.
between Ragemaker and Nuri.
Yeah.
So it looks like they're just going to group up in this top lane to pick up the last outer turret.
Yeah, they're
And
doing a
then they only have
3-1-1
the inhibitor ring.
split push right now.
Yeah, this well, speaking the inner turret, they only have the inhibitor ring left after they finish off this one.
Yeah, it might take a little while though. Doom's Eve no longer there, so the minions aren't going to be buffed up. So, and Growth has some pretty decent wave clear. He's still relatively strong. He's 4-1 with the most farm in the game. That's not something we should be forgetting about, and he does a big chunk of damage to Muyu, just to prove the point. So, you know, they can't really just push 3-on-3 in that top lane if Growth is there and hope to really get anything of it. They try and group up in the middle lane and try and maybe catch out Missing You, but once again, there's 3 people there to respond to them now, and they can't pick anything up.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Glamour Girls needs. Stall this one out. Just like wave clear, defend, farm up a storm on Orianna and Draven, and then try again to make a fight happen. Like, they're not in a favorable position, to say the least. 7,000 gold behind is
Yeah,
not where you want to be 22 minutes in.
indeed.
But it's not completely over. Dragon is live, and there's no way they can contest this, in all honesty. They'll probably just die if they try to.
Yeah, so third dragon.
Right, so, yeah, third dragon is pretty good for Flying Mariachi. That's move speed. Move speed is so good.
Yeah.
Possibly one of the best dragon buffs, apart from, of course, Aspect.
Yeah, I'd say it's the second best, if you don't count Aspect. It's the first one's obviously the best. Well,
don't know,
I think
like,
most
it's-
people would think.
Yeah, damage is good. However, I really like the move speed. I'm gonna be
Right.
honest. Like, I might
Okay.
even like it more than the 6%.
Okay, that's a controversial opinion. I like it.
Like,
I respect
it's good
it.
on APs, but as an AD carry, I would prefer the move speed. I would prefer to get the hell out of dodge when you jump onto me instead
Right,
of doing
yeah.
like 12 damage more when auto attack.
Yeah. Well, yeah, okay, that's maybe fair enough. What I think we can agree on though is that the definitely not ward skin, which I've been saying in a few of these games, is the best ward skin to have ever existed.
I would agree.
Yeah, there's one in the middle lane. Hey.
Yeah. Hey.
Okay. Alright, okay, so once again, they're just pushing the waves in, but they're not actually making all that many proactive plays right now, the Flying Mariachis. They know they're just farming up the jungle, maybe trying to get that serrated Dirk is what he completed there, and building towards a more Mamocious, hasn't been able to complete it yet. Muyu trying to get some damage on towards that turret, but once again, Gareth's bull is there to deter them. Does some decent damage. Well, maybe not, but it did some decent damage to the shields.
It is damage.
Yeah. Indeed. The wave, once again, it's already been neutered slightly, and Gareth can just keep doing that. Not really offering that much against him. Good use of that little zone there by Ragemaker to get rid of the trap and not have the auto-attack touch him. That's actually a pretty clever little thing there, a little interaction most people wouldn't necessarily think of, but a good counter to the Caitlyn line of traps that we so often see.
Yeah, I think they just need to push this in, set up some wards, and they have to go for the Baron. They can't push this really. Like,
Ooh.
if they're not going hard as hell onto them, under the turret, they can't really push this. Grave has so much wave clear, and even has some poke. Like, when they overextend just a little bit to do some damage towards the turret, apply that second dragon buff.
Yeah. Once again, Ragemaker gonna be trying to get rid of that one. Dredgeline, if that had landed on towards him, he could have been in a whole world of trouble there, but did manage to clear out the trap without any negative repercussions in the end. This time, though, the Mantra Shield from Nuri does secure the turret going down. Chaos in some trouble. Ragemaker goes in for a Shadow Dash, but once again doesn't connect it on towards anyone. And that means they can't continue the fight. Not that they really wanted to. They were looking for the disengage, and they were technically successful in finding that. But the Flying Mariachis, they're just going to keep pushing in now, and they can just keep doing this. I think they maybe have the better late game anyway. It's a pretty close thing, so I think they can just keep going.
Yeah, no, I think they should probably just peel back and do Baron. Because right now they have Glamour Girls pushed in quite severely.
Yeah.
Oh, Grenif actually being chunked out, and this
That's
might be an
gonna force
opportunity
him
to
away.
push, actually.
Yeah, however the
He has to
wave...
back away, yeah. He has
the
point
wave
guard,
is only
but-
going to get there once Growth has returned. The wave is not close enough to really pose a threat because Growth's already going to be back in lane. So slight wave mistiming there with the chunking of Growth and means that turret isn't
They
going to be
get
going down.
some
However, the
damage.
middle lane one might be going quite low here. Mino English and Highlander were on towards it, but they're forced away just in the nick of time.
Yeah, this is what they have to do. They have to divide the team because Gref can only wave clear one wave. Like the rest of the team doesn't have all that much. Like Draven is single target damage. Trundle has some wave clear with the Titanic Hydra, but he's melee, so you could just force him off the minion wave with enough poke from the Caitlyn. And like Shen and Alistar are just like, no, they're not going to clear the waves.
No. Well, you know, Shen... Okay, yeah, no.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
are we going to say? Like, is he going to taunt them?
Well,
Then, like,
maybe
shoot
he
them,
could
or-
leash them away with the taunt, force them, you know, into the jungle or something, you know.
Oh, he's going to do. How much is it? Like, oh, it's 100. No, wait, it's less. I'm not sure how much magic damage just from pressing Q. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, that he's going to wave clear, but
Yeah.
like 10 damage.
I mean, he could do. He would have to find himself in a very different
Oh,
position to
missing
actually
you.
get the sword going through. And missing you, junked out quite low, does have some sustain, though, with that Vamp Scepter, and will be able to hang around and try and stop Mino English from taking that turret. Depth charge on towards Gareth. If they find the pick onto him, there goes the wave clear. The turret already gets taken down, though, despite the fact that the fight's
This could
already
be bad.
broken out. Muyu on towards the backline, still doing a lot of damage to Rage Mercur, and he has to get away. A big shockwave, though, actually might turn this one around. Highlander still picks up the first kill, and it's still going in favor of the Flying Mariachis. Regardless of that excellent shockwave from Gareth, regardless of all his efforts, it's still going against them. That is the story of this game, I feel. Despite the fact that Gareth is doing so well, it doesn't matter, and once again, Chaos is the one who's caught out, and that means that Gareth is also going down now that he has no cow to save him. And the fight finally comes, and Flying
this is
Mariachis
over.
finally win it. This is going to be
Yeah.
GG, well played. Game 2 of this series, also going over to Flying Mariachis. They've won one, now they're going to win the second one. And the question remains,
Could
will
this
they be
be
able to
3-0?
turn it out, and will it be a 3-0 for the Flying Mariachis?
It's also actually
Ooh.
focus on Nexus.
You know, maybe they might be able to. Mino English, he's going to have to do a little bit of an Expeke impression here. He actually gets taken down by missing you, however,
Oh,
Muyu
it's SLV.
is still auto-attacking the
It's SLV,
turrets.
He keeps auto-attacking.
Yeah.
Focus on the important thing.
Just about get it. It was a little bit of a moment there when you thought they maybe weren't going to. The health bars are all pretty low, but you know that's not representative of the game, which was solid throughout, and they really looked on form.
It was a dominant performance.
Mhm.
They, like, Gref was really the only player on Glamour Girls there, like, actually being a threat. So
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so yeah, no, that was
Well,
a
anyways.
really good performance from the Flying Mariachis. Even better than the first game, and you know, if they can continue that into the third game, I don't see any way for the Glamour Girls to come back into this one. I mean, we're expecting a very even sort of thing. They both ended on the same points in the season. They both got a lot of draws, but the Flying Mariachis have just outclassed the Glamour Girls so far. So, don't go anywhere, because we'll be back in any moment for Game 3 of this Best of 5 series. Will it be the Glamour Girls clawing it one back, or will it be the quarterfinal win going over to the Flying Mariachis? You'll have to wait and see.
Inside this fantasy, it seems so real to me. Synthetic ecstasy when her legs are open. True life behind the wall, where men and angels fall. A fading memory when my mind is frozen. Of a wanting eyes, she strips everything away. This one moment is intensified, and the colors all fade to gray. I am in the only place that I want to be, though we know that it ends eventually. But it's alright, 'cause right now we're frozen. I wanna forget mistakes that helped me make. It's better to be broken than to break. This fantasy, it seems so real to me. Synthetic ecstasy when her legs are open. True life behind the wall, where men and angels fall. A fading memory when my mind is frozen.
Let's go.
Of a wanting mind, the real world begins to fade, and all the hateful things I have become temporarily go away. Inside this fantasy, it seems so real to me. Synthetic ecstasy when her legs are open. True life behind the wall, where men and angels fall. A fading memory when my mind is frozen. Frozen.
Hello, hello, and welcome back everybody to Game 3 of the Best of 5 quarter-final series of the Vespyr Premier League between the Flying Mariachis on the blue side and the Glamour Girls on the purple side, or the red side, depending on what you prefer. My name is Tasty Aldon. With me still, unfortunately, is Void.
Greetings, everybody. Hey, what do you mean by that?
Nice. Good reactions there, but...
Where the respect at? Where the respect at? Well, this is our third and possibly final game of this best of 5 if the Flying Mariachis manage to take this one as well. And right now, they seem pretty in form, I have to say. Yeah,
they've come out fighting in the playoffs so far. They had that 2-week break, and they've really made it work. Obviously, a lot of practice coming through for them because they have shone so far in these first 2 games, and we'll see if they are able to do so in the third game and secure their place in the semi-finals, which will be against Epic Avalanche. So whoever wins this game, they're going to have a very tough time in the semi-finals, because Epic Avalanche, of course, dominant throughout the regular season. We'll see if that translates into the best of 5 stages of the playoffs. We'll have to see, but Flying Mariachis, if they can maintain this sort of level of performance, they might be giving them a bit of a run for their money, perhaps. Oh. Alright, well, apparently a misclick has ended that lobby there. We'll be getting back into it shortly. Oh no, okay. The pick was a misclick. Okay, so the pick was meant to be Draven, and it was not Draven. So they're going to remake the lobby real quick, and same bands will come through, etc., etc.
Oh, they accidentally banned Alistar instead of Draven. They misclicked. Allegedly. Allegedly, they misclicked. It could be that it was just Chaos's dominant performance of always getting Muyu out of the fight and into safety that shocked them.
Yeah, indeed. So we are going to see the same few bands coming through again. Thrash Kindred have been the same bands coming out of Flying Mariachis, and you know, if they don't need to change it, then they don't need to change it. But those have been the bands that have come through. They've every single game so far.
Looking at Glamour Girls, they're banning out Anivia, Soraka, and they're probably going to ban out the Echo.
That might be the case. Can't remember what the last ban was, actually. They're just going to have to remake the same ban. Seems like they've forgotten, also, because it's taken a while to bring through this last ban. Oh, no, wait, no, never mind. Okay, nope, sorry. My bad. This will be a completely fresh ban, and it will be the Karma that's banned out against Nuri. Sorry about that.
Well, the Karma has been pretty dominant for Nuri this entire series, so it's understandably so.
Yeah, so the first pick, Hovered. It is Echo once again.
It's going to be Echo.
Yeah, to be honest, I think that's a more valuable ban. Well, that's a very valuable ban. I'm surprised it hasn't been banned this time. Maokai has made it through this time and will be locked in instantly for Luskicon on the other side. Ragemaker also picking up the Graves, I imagine, for himself.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they actually didn't ban... Neither of the teams banned Maokai this game, so it's left open, and we've been seeing a lot of Maokai again. Oh god, he is this gigantic, tanky CC machine that nullifies damage because of his ult, and, well, doesn't nullify, but mitigates it, and gives you, I don't know, some sort of plant virus, I would guess. Like, if other champions give you AIDS, I would say this is some sort of plant virus.
Right, okay.
Playing against the Maokai.
Right. Well, you know, fair enough. The other 2 picks, once again, SLB will be on Brawn. That has been locked in for them, and as well as the Trundle, which will probably once again be going to the top side for Highlander.
Yeah, again, we see the Braum and the Trundle. The Trundle has been... Well, for the side of Flying Mariachis, the Trundle has been an excellent tool. However, for Luxicon, it didn't look too great. He might have gone a bit too offensively in his itemization early on. Like, went into that Tiamat, he probably should have, like, as we said before, he probably should have went into something a bit more magic resistant and played a bit more passively. At least until level 6. Then he could have tried and took down the Nautilus. However,
Indeed.
that wasn't the case, and now we get to see Highlander on Trundle again. Unless this is some sort of
Ooh.
secret OP top lane Braum.
I mean, it could be. You never know, however. What
You
we
never
do
know.
know is that Bard has been locked in. On the side of the Glamour Girls, that'll be going over to Chaos in the bottom lane, you would imagine, as well as the Sivir, which will be completing out the bot lane for Missing You.
Actually, Sivir synergizes quite well with both Maokai and Graves, but a bit less so, maybe. Like, it's still okay. Sivir generally is a great champion because she is a utility-focused AD carry. Even if she is behind, she is going to speed up the entire team. If she isn't behind, well, she can now crit off of her boomerang bounces, which is going to deal a lot of damage in team fights.
Yeah,
So
no,
definitely
it
interesting
certainly
to see
will.
how
And
that
we've
one plays out.
Yeah, we've seen the crits coming through on the ricochet, the critochet, as some like to
Ricochet,
call
yes.
it, doing a huge amount of damage to the backline when you only hit the front line with it. So it's a really nice team fighting tool, and with that change, Sivir became a really top tier team fighting champion. I mean, just got so much AoE damage, and of course her ultimate, perfect for team fights. On the other side, we are seeing Kalista locked in for Muyu, as well as the Lulu, which will be going to Nuri in the middle lane.
Oh, we saw Chaos Ranked possibly tilt his teammates with the cover of the Taric and the Caitlyn, and now the team up. Oh boy.
Could be some super OP Caitlyn mid, you never know.
Could be just the tilt missing you out of existence.
Yeah, maybe. There's definitely something to do with Teemo Sion Malphite. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but there's definitely something there. We'll see what he locks in. Don't think it's going to be any one of those three champions.
Oh god.
Oh, TS. Yeah, he's chanting TSM through his champion picks. I've got it now. Excellent. Right, okay. Anyway, he does decide to go for the Syndra in the end, and that'll be going to the middle lane for Graren. That was some pretty creative play, actually. You're not banning out TSM, but that was pretty good. I like that.
Yeah, same. Speaking of TSM, he picks up Syndra, which is all.
That's a Bjergsen champion, indeed.
Yeah, that's a Bjergsen champion.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, Graren will have more success on it than Bjergsen has in the last
Yeah. I mean,
a couple of games.
Syndra not being a champion we've been seeing very much of lately, but Gareth be comfortable on it or something like that because it's what he's gone for, and we'll have to see if he makes it work.
Well, Syndra is. I don't think she's in the best state right now, because there are some bugs here and there with her balls not actually hitting people the way they should be, and like just generally things not working out as though you might imagine or plan to have happen.
Right.
But if you're a good Syndra player and you can overcome those bugs and glitches, then yeah, go for it. Just like EXIRE, if you can survive the bugs and glitches, excellent champion.
Right. Absolutely, those are a little bit more meta than Syndra is right now, but
a bit.
But it is what Gareth has gone for, and he's going to be running Ignite in the middle lane as opposed to Nuri's Teleport, so much more lane presence than Nuri, but that's to be expected when you're playing Syndra, who has that single target nuke, against a very, very supportive style of mid laner that Nuri likes to fall back to with the Karma and now the Lulu.
Well, he has been playing rather well on the Karma. I would imagine that his Lulu play is not all that bad as well. Like, we have seen good focus on whether to do damage or to save his teammates, like deciding which spell he uses. Although Karma is a bit more linear in that sense because, well, using shield offensively means you give yourself a shield and the speed up. Lulu is a bit more versatile in that sense, should we say? Like, her W and her E have different effects whether you use them on the enemy or an ally, so...
Yeah. So she has, like, 6 abilities to choose from, basically.
Well, yeah, technically speaking, she has 6 abilities to choose from, which can... Decision-making wise, if you are not confident in your Lulu play, you might screw yourself over by overthinking something like, no, I shouldn't polymorph him, I should speed up my AD carry. No, I shouldn't speed up my AD carry, he's bad, I should polymorph this guy.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that's not what Nuri thinks. Muri's been putting in some pretty great performances so far, so I think probably unlikely to have that particular dilemma.
No, No. I'm speaking generally, of course. Now, Muyu has been an absolute monster in this series. Like the Tristana and the Caitlyn were extremely well. Like this entire team has really performed better than expected. Like Mino English's Echo was too much for for the entirety of Glamour Girls to handle in game 1. In game 2, his Graves play was quite good. Nerdy has been a stable rock in the mid lane. Highlander as well in the top lane, just has been a dominant force. The entire team.
I mean, 2 solo kills on the Nautilus in the last game for Highlander up against Trundle, which was taken away from him by Luskicon. That's just... I mean, when you do so well on the Trundle, so Luskicon's like, okay, I'll pick the Trundle, and, you know, I'll use it against him and see how he likes that. But then Luskicon got solo killed in lane twice against a Nautilus as the Trundle. That just feels bad, man. And, you know, Highlander really styling on Luskicon so far. We'll have to see if Luskicon now is able to get his hands on this Maokai, whether he'll be able to have a bit of a stronger laning phase, and whether he'll be able to turn it around and get some dominance back in favor of himself over Highlander.
Yes, speaking of styling on people, that solo kill of Tristana over HEXED. Oh god, that was painful to watch.
Well, depends. I'm an AD carry main, so I quite liked it, but you know.
No, me too. I love to see things like that. It's just I play some Zed, so I understand what it feels like when you get styled on so hard.
Yeah.
When you're just like put down your headset and you're like, no, I'm out. I'm out.
Well, actually, to be fair to him, in that early game, in that first game, Guerrero, there was styling on people a lot in the middle lane, especially when Mino English was coming in for ganks, and it looked like Mino English was going to have a bit of an ineffective Echo performance, but boy did that change as soon as the Flying Mariachis turned on their big style, and they were able to push through and take the victory.
Yeah, bell to the medal.
Yeah, absolutely.
As they would say. Looking at the Keystone Masters, everything is as you would expect. In the top lane, both top laners taking Grasp of the Undying, the junglers tank Vages, mid laner is the Thunderlord's Decree, the AD carry is Fervor, Bard also with the Thunderlord's Decree, of course, for added damage, and SLB on this round wants to protect Kalista, so he picked the Bond of Stone. And the last patch, we actually got a small Kalista change. Now she actually gains attack speed while near her Oathsworn. So she has less base attack speed, however more attack speed when near her support. So that is something to watch out for. Less of a solo carry, more of a bot lane duelist, so to speak.
Yeah.
Like the problem is when you say duelist,
a duo duelist. A
duo duelist. So
that's a good thing to say. Try saying that a million times.
A team fighter, a tag teamer. Excellent attack.
Yes, there you go, a tag teamer, beautifully done. Anyway, so we are now firmly on Summoner's Rift for Game 3 of the Best of 5 series between the Flying Mariachis and the Glamour Girls. A bit of more standard starts this time than both the other times. No big 5-man roam squads going for any invades, and we are just seeing 5-point defenses. A little bit of harass coming through once again. Chaos lands a couple of those bindings on towards SLP, binds him against the wall a couple times.
He's such a troll. I love this. It looks like both the dual lanes will start with the level 1 camp just to get more experience, and both the junglers will be starting up the top side, having their top laners leash for them.
Yeah, that is indeed what we're going to be seeing, which is not like what we saw, at least last game when we saw Ragemaker starting off on the bottom side, and that did inconvenience his bot lane a little bit, so maybe this time they decide actually, you know, for their sake, they're going to be starting a jungle camp, just like bot lane the Flying Mariachis.
Yeah, and it looks like we'll just start in the classic farming lanes, just some trading going on back and forth. Actually, Missing You and Chaos pick up an early level 2, get some damage onto Muyu and to SLB.
Yeah. That's pretty good trading for them so far. The Thunderlords going down, and pretty good stuff for them. Good trading, especially using that level 2 power spike, or the... Well, I suppose it is a bit of a power spike on Sivir, not the classic power spike, but still a power spike when you're level 2 and the enemies are level 1.
Yeah, it's always your level 2 power spike. Like,
yeah. Indeed it is.
At least in spells and in base stats as well. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, you still get your AD growth, your health growth, and stuff like that. And level 1 and level 2 is probably just the biggest disparity in level in a 1 level difference.
Or maybe level 6 to level 5 on some champs.
Possible, yeah, because your availability to to your ultimate ability.
Yeah. But either way, both pretty influential gaps, and Missing You and Chaos did use theirs pretty well to force Muyu and SLB further away from the wave. However, there's only been a 4 CS deficit so far, and Muyu and SLB sat back patiently and were able to soak up the wave as soon as it got to them.
And Nuri really bullying Grerev down. Had to use one of his potions.
And that is interesting to see because, I mean, we said when Gareth takes the Ignite, when Nuri takes the TP on a supporting champion, and Gareth has a single target nuke, which he'll have at level 6, and, you know, Syndra just generally a 1v1 sort of champion, an assassin, if you will, with the Ignite. You know, it's weird to see that Nuri's getting the pain down on those early levels, but Lulu deceptively strong, particularly in the early levels. Glitter Lance doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, she has high base damages and decent scaling like that. But she's a good support as well because all of that damage happening now in the mid lane, that's about as much damage as she does as a support, and that's pretty annoying to lane against. Especially when you only have one potion.
Absolutely, we are seeing Mino English hanging around the bottom side, but he's very low on health, so I don't think he's going to go in for the gank. Just clears away a ward instead.
I know why he was there. He was. How did he actually get so low in the jungle? He shouldn't have that hard of a time clearing.
Well, he did clear everything. I don't think
he did a full clear.
Yeah, he did a full clear before backing, so...
Yeah, that's fair enough. And I thought he was just doing like the standard double camp, double buff.
Chaos still harassing, standing pretty far forward on the bard, not afraid of his squishiness. Lands another Cosmic Binding on towards the both of them, getting some chunk damage on towards them. Nuri in a little bit of trouble, but not too much, as he has the Whimsy and speeds himself on out of there.
And there's just nothing happening.
Yeah.
Well, there is. Like, HBR is still hanging out in this mid lane because Grerev is getting the hell pummeled out of him. He has the back, he has no mana and is on half HP. Meanwhile, Nuri is like, doesn't have any problems in this lane. He could probably... he has teleport instead of Ignite, so I doubt he can actually pull off a kill unless Grerev extremely overextends.
Yeah. Which, you know, we could see, but it's sort of unlikely, I think. Good use of the Unbreakable there to mess up Missing You CSing a little bit there, preventing the Boomerang Blade from coming back towards the minions. And, you know, Missing You will just be pushing Muyu in over and over again, just gaining some pressure on that bottom side. It does mean he's pushed up, and it means that Mino English could get an effective gank off if he was hanging around the bottom side, but he is not for now.
Yeah, we already see Highlander getting a small CS advantage in the top lane. Around 5 CS, counting the ones that haven't died yet. As though Losukan would perfectly CS them.
Yeah.
So, well done by him. Definitely still keeping pressure. Now he has level 6.
Oh,
but so does
and now
Losukan
also has level 6, and Rage May Occur is there as well, but that is excellent use of the pillar. I'm not sure it was intentional, but...
It might have been. I think it was meant to stop the dash, but it worked for the line as well. Outplayed super hard. Like.
Yeah, absolutely. Well played there by Highlander to make sure he was okay. All he did was pop his ultimate, and, you know, Luscon also used his ultimate. It's on a slightly shorter cooldown and slightly less core to his kit, perhaps, but still, Highlander getting away scot-free after that gank feels good for him.
Well, it's not that big of a cooldown. It's 110 seconds. It's like what? Around 1/3 of the way back up. A bit more actually. It's almost at 1/2. So he doesn't care all that much. He drew jungler attention and got away without blowing his flash. So he's pretty happy with that. And still has a CS advantage because Maokai doesn't have the best time ever CSing under turret.
No, I mean, it's pretty tough for him to... Has decent AoE abilities if he gets the wave outside of the turret, but once it gets to the turret, auto attacks not the strongest, despite the fact it is a huge tree pummeling a tiny little minion, but you know, we'll let that slide.
Because it's a huge tree, it doesn't have the muscle density needed to hit it very hard.
Right, so it's like a sort of elephant, like kind of just waddling into you sort of thing, not really, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, maybe he should just, like, fall over on the farm then. Maybe that would be a better move. Anyway, in the bottom lane, we are seeing Rage Meko going for a gank here, and in comes on the hunt as well. Good use of the Fate's Call, and the TP's coming in. Luskakon came through, and Highlander actually cancelled his. That means trouble for SLB, and he goes down for first blood. Another kill going to be coming through here onto Muyu as soon as he's out of stasis. There it is. Luscicon picks that one up. 2 kills now for the Glamour Girls, and that is good play by them. And Highlander, I'm not sure if he had his teleport cancelled by Luscicon or what happened there, but it was not good for his team. Mino English, meanwhile, comes to the middle lane, forces the flash out of Growth, but nothing more.
Yeah, Highlander kind of baiting his teammates in there. They were getting away scot-free, and they were like, oh, we see Highlander TPing in, let's turn this one around and pick it up first blood, and then he either cancels it or it gets cancelled. Either way, they get baited in, and even Nuri used his teleport, went to get saw that action. I'm guessing that Grerev just like knocked him back with his E.
Yeah, I imagine that's exactly what happened. We are seeing Mino English hanging around the middle lane still. Really looking for a gank, a bit of a turret dive on towards Growth. He does have his ultimate available, but I think Growth is fully aware of him right now. And
yeah,
thus
Growth's playing extremely
very
far
safely.
back. Oh,
Yeah.
and okay.
Is coming in now, but Chaos is there, and he probably wasn't banking on that, but it doesn't matter because
God.
Growth went down so quickly. Blink and you'll miss it. Gone he is. A good kill and a good response from the Flying Mariachis. Ultimate forced out of Nurion towards Mino English, but it does keep him alive. And now Rage Mayor Kerr's in trouble. Flashes over the wall and at the same time flashes the Glacial Fisher. An interesting interaction there, but it did mean that he escaped. So good play for him in the end.
Yeah, he manages to flash away from the knock-up, still slow, but yeah, that was rather unlucky for SLB.
Yeah.
Since
Yeah, it was almost perfect, but then a good flash from Rage Maker, who probably didn't even know what he was flashing, keeps him alive.
yeah, he has to feel good about that. Like, yep, totally planned, all me, boys.
Yeah. Bit of trading still going down on the top side, but nothing too major. Ultimate burned by Luscicon, but that hardly matters at all. They'll be back any moment now.
Well, they did increase the cooldown on the Vengeful Male Summit. It's now 60 seconds, so
Well, yeah.
it's not a long cooldown by any means, but it's longer than it was. So to some degree, you don't really want to spam it, especially
Yeah.
because it costs a fair bit of mana as well.
Yeah. That is true, but he brought it up and then popped it immediately, so it didn't cost him too much mana in the end.
Well, it did actually, because it's 40 mana for activation, 30
Right.
per second, so it does have a rather steep activation cost for a Maokai who likes to spam all of his spells, and 40 mana is
A decent chunk gone, but
A decent
not
chunk,
the end
yeah.
of the world.
It's actually 70 because it acts as 1 tick as well, so
Ooh.
that is actually a lot of mana.
Ooh, Nuri has to flash away Sharpish there. In comes a Tempered Fate to try and lock him up, but he will be able to get away from that one and not caught out by that quite yet.
Oh, there's some...
Can't get into range to farm the minions away though, and might be caught out. He's stunned
Oh.
up. In comes On the Hunt. He has the Wild Growth, but it doesn't matter. He goes down. Growth picks it up in the end with the Unleashed Power, and a good kill from the Glamour Girls once again. They're looking good in this early game, but that was the case in game 1 as well. We have to see if they're able to translate it and if they're able to scale up ahead of Flying Mariachis, far enough ahead that the macro play of the Flying Mariachis ceases to matter.
Oh, that happened last game as well, though. Like, thinking back to it, Nuri also got 4-man last game, though it was actually between 2 turrets, if I remember correctly. He was sitting there, he got completely dived on, but at that point in the game, it didn't really matter because they
Yeah,
were
at that
ahead.
point it was already that made it 4 kills to 1 rather than against them, rather than 3 kills to 1 in their favor. So
Yeah, so Glamour Girl's playing a bit more aggressive, and right now it's paying off. And now we see Highlander actually going the more aggressive route with his itemization, wants to pick up an early Titanic Hydra, doesn't respect the Maokai damage all that much.
yeah,
Which is to be expected to some degree.
Yeah.
Base damages aren't as ludicrous as like Nautilus base damages.
True, but they're still pretty high in some parts, and John does also start the Doran's Ring, so that brings a little bit of extra, and the Sunfire burn damage as well brings magic damage to the table. Meanwhile, Ragemaker actually going in for a gank on towards Highlander, who does have the Subjugate running, and might be able to escape. In comes Chaos from the side. Nuri also coming in to support his top laner, trying to keep him alive right now. Good dodge away from the Cosmic Binding. Who will go down first? It's Lurskikon who goes down, but the top laner's life is traded for the other top laner. Big damage coming through from Mino English, but he can't quite secure the kill onto Growth, who just gets away from the Time Winder. And now Nuri finds himself in a world of pain as Rage Mare Kerr is just auto-attacking him down. He's chunking him lower and lower, but in comes a shield, and in comes a bigger shield from SLB as well. They might actually try and turn this on towards Rage Mare Kerr. They'll at least secure the disengage for Nuri. SLB might have to sacrifice himself. Not the best tempered fate from Chaos. Means that Rage Mare Kerr actually might be the one who goes down, and he is. Nuri turns it around. SLB still chasing on towards him. Will be able to pick up Chaos. No, he gets blasted away just at the last second, and he won't be able to secure that kill. Highlander throws in a killer.
Stuck.
Shame it does no damage. And whew.
I think they could have gone in because Gref was actually stuck there. They would have at least forced Gref's flash, so...
Good wave clear though. They have the Sither and they have the Syndra as well. That brings a lot of wave clear to the table, so it's going to be hard for the Flying Mariachis to siege up this turret, despite the fact that fight ultimately just about went in their favor, I'd say. It was a 2 for 2, but I think they got the better of it.
But they're actually still fighting here. And Callista opting into the Blade of the Ruin King as the first item and not the Runance Hurricane. Like, in recent games, we have seen the first item Runance Hurricane getting a bit more love from Callista players.
Yeah.
But Blade of the Ruin King is good as well. I feel like one is better for laning while the other is better for team fighting. And I would actually probably go for the Runance Hurricane. There's a lot of mid-game grouping right now.
Yeah. However, Muyu's still doing plenty of damage without that Hurricane, and, you know, Chunk's missing you away, so he'll have to go away. Probably back away, actually. He's just going to stay in the lane and keep farming some waves. We ARAM now, boys, in the middle lane.
Yeah. Chris, in this top lane again, doesn't have the red buff slow anymore, so... Highlander just walks away.
Yeah. Decent chunk of his health gone, but nothing other than that.
It's an okay chunk, like he can like
Ooh, Grerith goes in, tries to get the flash unleashed power, but a great unbreakable from SLB might have kept his bottom laner alive. I say that, but Muyu goes down anyway. TP was cancelled and SLB was incredibly low actually. Yeah, no, the TP was cancelled. It was Mino English who showed up in the end to try and save the turret, or try and help clear the waves down.
Yeah, and Lamagirl's looking a lot better than in the last two games. They actually have a 2,000 gold lead, which is
pretty good.
Well, more than they have had in this entire series.
Yep, that is definitely the case, but still, you know, I still fear for them. They're not out of the woods yet. They need to keep getting. They need to keep winning these fights. They need to start taking down more turrets than the one they've taken down so far. If they can get a dragon, which they're looking to do right now, that will of course benefit them. So that's at least that's a positive for them.
Oh, they're far from out of the woods. Like, even winning this game, they would have to win 2 more, so...
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah. But right now, let's focus on this one, because they first have to win this game so that they can have a chance at winning the next 2. And Nurse getting bullied by Greta.
Yeah, Greta, very strong right now.
Yeah, Greta's Syndra is looking... not to be messed with.
Yeah.
To say the least, and I don't know.
Uh-oh. Muyu in a little bit of trouble. We might be able to turn this one around. He has the support of Mino English coming in. Good Temper's Fate means that Muyu can't chase, but it doesn't matter because Mino English is there to pick up 1 kill. SLB coming in. He's going to pick up a second one. It's Mino English who gets the double. They might actually get a triple here as he goes on towards Rage Mare Kerr, who will be able to dash over the wall. Mino English not going to use a flash to follow him. It wasn't available to him.
Yeah.
So
they could still go onto it. He could die at this.
Oh, he's still going on towards him. Time Winder on towards him. He does have the Chrono Break, a huge chunk of damage. He wasn't able to juke out enough of it. Doesn't quite land the stun in the middle lane, does Grerith, and it means that Nuri will just about be able to escape. But, you know, that was greedy from the bottom lane of the Glamour Girls, and that's the sort of mistake they can't afford to be making. They've just allowed a really clear avenue back into the game for the Flying Mariachis, however. Nuri, if he goes down, it might turn it back in their favor again. Whimsy's on, doesn't do anything to help them, though, and Grerith is on a rampage.
Oh, that's sad to see. The last stick just feels pretty bad, man.
Yeah. But, however, his team did trade the turret in the bottom lane for that, so, you know, the gold almost even. Only 400 gold in it right now with both those kills. However, Growth going to pick up the middle lane turret to trade it back, and now the gold going back in favor of the Glamour Girls, but still, overall, that last minute went in favor of the Flying Mariachis, gave them an avenue back into this game.
Yeah, it went okay for them. Like, they still lost. Oh, Highland. They might be looking to actually just backs away from Luscon.
Yeah,
Isn't
he had,
that confident that he can
Yeah.
beat him right now, even with his ultimate?
he is a level down on Luskicon, so, I mean, not quite sure what he was going for with that hiding in the brush play if he wasn't going to go for a fight, but regardless...
Well, he was backing and then
Oh, okay.
decided like, oh, I'll just stay here because, well, he's throwing down saplings and all
Oh,
this.
okay. Fair enough.
Just
Gonna
fair
clear
enough.
out the
And
waves.
The
No
bot
real
lane
kill
of
pressure from either
Glamour Girls
side.
is moving towards the top lane. They're looking towards this Rip Herald and possibly even some action on the Highlander. Possibly if HEXED arrives there as well.
Yeah, there's some decent support there for Highlander with Mino English hanging out just over the wall and SLB as well. Chaos tries to get a pick, but he might be in trouble. Only gets the Tempered Fate onto himself, but it does keep him alive, and he flashes away actually, and now the rest of his team are here. This is good for the Glamour Girls. They picked up one kill. Can they pick up the second one? They're going to do it. Luskicon not going to get the kill. It's actually Ragemaker that picked it up with red buff tick. SLB will be able to get away over the wall towards Nuri, and Muyu also going to escape only with the cost of his flash. And once again, a good fight for the Glamour Girls. That is much better. And then once again, it looked like Chaos was just being too greedy and he'd been caught out again. But he turned it around with a beautiful Tempered Fate, and the support of his team came in just in time.
Yeah, he managed to stall beside the Flying Mariachis long enough for his entire team to loop around and manage to get Mino English and Highlander in a tough situation. They even expend Highlander's flash. They had to waste Luskicon's as well, but...
Yeah.
Even
That's-
take some summoners down as well. Mino English was actually like perma-locked there, didn't have like the ability to use his ult.
Yeah.
Getting CC chain for so long.
Yeah, so good job by the Glamour Girls playing around the Echo, which gave them so much trouble in game one. Good adaptive play for them. Mino English once again trying to cause problems, but finds himself forced away as before.
Yeah, this is more top-centric gameplay than we have seen in the entire series. Like, it's mostly been looping around the bot lane, getting dragons, and then going towards mid lane. Looks like Glamour Girls is more the type of team to go for the top lane, get the Rip Herald, and then look for something in the opposing team's jungle and some mid grouping. So
Yeah, that makes sense for me for them to. Yeah, it makes sense for me to help out the top laner, because Luskicon hasn't had the best of games in game 1 and 2 so far, so the help from his team, I'm sure, will be very much appreciated for him. Muyu in a lot of trouble. I'm not sure what he was doing there. Grareth picks up a free kill in the middle lane, free as you like, and he's dominating now, and Mino English going to be trying to get away. Timewinder slow, won't land on towards Ragemaker Kerr, who will still be chasing him down. Meanwhile, Nuri, he's had to pop his wild growth, and that's not going to keep him alive all that much longer. No flash available for him. He will get a slowdown with the Glitter Lance, and it'll be a while before they catch up with him, but Chaos comes over the wall, light binding there. Grareth picks up that kill once again. Meanwhile, Ragemaker might have chased a little bit too far. He actually just about gets away. The Caretaker's Shrine came through, and Grareth picks up that kill, snipes down Mino English. This could be another one for him. He stuns up SLB. Grareth, is he going to pick up his 4th kill of this fight? I believe that would be. Doesn't quite manage to as SLB gets away. And that was almost an unofficial quadra if I have it correctly.
Glamour Girls are... Well, they're showing up. They need to win this game, and they're on the right path to do so. 5,500 gold lead for them right now, and they're looking to take this mid lane turret as well.
Yeah, and, you know, Muyu definitely hurting by the fact that he doesn't have that Runan's Hurricane available to him. He might have actually saved the turret just there. It did stay alive, so missing you in Chaos abandoning ship a little bit sooner than they probably should have done. But I'm sure that won't be too much worry for them. That turret will go down eventually regardless. Won't take too long. Luskicon might have overextended in the top side, though. Highlander and SLB on towards him. Mino English comes through as well. No flash available for Luskicon. He's just caught with his pants down here. It does mean the turret in the middle lane will go down, but Missing You actually finds himself dead as a result of it. Takes a magical journey, but it doesn't quite save him from the auto attack chasing him along that was Muyu's, and good responses from the Flying Mariachis to some greedy plays from Glamour Girls.
Yeah, and it's looking like a really back and forth game.
Great use of the Fate's Call. He actually goes back in with it. Might be able to get the knock up of the Glacial Fisher. He doesn't need to, because Grareth's already shut down. Glacial Fisher not available anyway. Chaos, he's going to be going down as well. What is this? All of a sudden, Glamour Girls just fall apart for a moment.
That was the worst decision Grareth could have made.
Yeah.
focusing down the support against the Callista. That was literally the worst thing he could have done. And this might be Baron.
Yeah, TP
Forward,
coming in.
right,
They're
coming
looking to
up.
contest this 3v5. I'm not sure they're strong, but I'm not sure they're strong enough to do that. Luskakon, he's going to have to get in there and make himself a nuisance, but it's just him against 4 right now. Might be able to pick up a kill onto SLB, who does have the Unbreakable running and does get away from that zone. They've stopped the Baron. That's what they really wanted, but it might come at the cost of their lives. Ragemaker stunned up, goes low. Minoangus just gets out in time, but missing you. He's so much damage coming out of him, and that means that the Flying Mariachis aren't going to be able to chase him any further for now. And the Baron is stopped, but they did still pick up another kill for themselves.
They pick up a kill, and gold lead is down to 4,000 right now. So, Flying Mariachis clawing their way back into this one. Dragon is live, and that's probably, yeah, that's going over to Glamour Girls. No way they can contest this one. But it's only Dragon 2. Like, it's extra damage towards turrets, and if you can actually stop Glamour Girls from coming near your turrets, then the second Dragon buff doesn't even matter.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll see if Flying Mariachis are able to keep getting these teamfight wins, and if they can, they might bring it back. They still want this 3-0 in this series. They still want an easy route, as it would be, to the semi-finals, where they'll have to play Epic Avalanche, and meanwhile, Glamour Girls, they really want to turn this one around. They want to make the reverse sweep a possibility for themselves, because they, too, just as much as the Flying Mariachis, want to get to that semi-final.
Yeah, we see a lot of vision control happening in the Baron area, and this might be a team fight.
It might be, but it's only SLB that was caught out there, and Gareth's learned his lesson about ulting the Brawn, and doesn't go for it again.
Tempered Fate just like zones out. Well, you know, like the turret is down. There's not a lot of reason to go down on Tempered Fate.
Yeah, if that inner turret had been up, that would have been an excellent Tempered Fate. But
yeah, because you get a lot of pressure off the turret because you dissuade them from coming through there, and they might be looking for some sort of Baron bait play.
Yeah, but Highlander to scout them out there, and Blue Trinket also going to be coming through, scouting them out even further. So, you know, the Flying Mariachi is very aware that this Baron has not been started up yet, and they might actually be looking for a bit of a fight here. Minoangus looking to get a decent parallel convergence down, won't be able to stun anyone up with it quite yet. Gareth missing the stun though, and that could be big. However, the fight will be disengaged as neither team quite commits to it.
Minoangus could be extremely dangerous here. If he lands a good stun onto priority targets, like if he manages to get stun onto Gareth and missing you at the same time, that's probably just an insta-win for the team fight. Like, 4,000 gold is not that big of a disparity, especially if you manage to shut down what is essentially, what, like 20,000 gold in between the primary carries.
We are seeing a pause coming through. It's Muyu who's paused it. Apparently Minoangus having a bit of lag issues, and they're going to pause it, and, you know, Glamour Girl is going to use it as a bit of a toilet break as well. So it'll be a little while before we get back into the game. Not that long, hopefully, but a little while nonetheless.
Oh, this is shaping up to be a good game. Like, even though Glamour Girls are in the lead, like in the driver's seat, trying to control this match, those slip-ups are so fatal for them. Every time they have slipped up and made some sort of mistake, Flying Mariachis have been there to capitalize on it and claw their way back. Like, even though their early game wasn't nowhere near perfect, let's be honest. They're well on their way to get back into this one.
Yeah, if you hit X, you can see the different gold amongst the champions, and you see there's a 4k gold lead, or 3.8k gold lead in favor of the Glamour Girls. And then you look at the amount of gold ahead that Gareth is right now, and you see exactly how much of that gold lead is resting on the Syndra's shoulders right now. And obviously, Syndra was going to be the center of the team comp from the very beginning. You don't build a team comp around a Sivir the vast majority of the time, but if they manage to catch out Gareth and take him down, there's no gold lead anymore.
Yeah, we saw it in the last team fight. Like, Gareth misplaying by ulting the Braum is what doomed the entire fight, because that 4,000 gold lead was spent doing basically, what, 100 damage to Braum before he got Fate's Called into Callista. And then he gets exhausted, gets stunned, and gets absolutely destroyed. So he needs to be extremely careful in this one.
Indeed he does. We are now back in the game, as I'm sure you guys are able to tell by looking at your screens. And Once again, we're just going to see a little bit of Baron baiting, a little bit of ward clearing coming out from both sides, but mainly from the Glam Girls, who are, of course, dictating the pace right now. SLB does get stunned up once again. Bones, God, that's so annoying. Anyway, he does get stunned up once again, and Luscon actually takes a bit of a taxi, using Mino English to get to the backlines. That is a glorious SLB as he gets the Glacial Fissure down still. He will be going low, and he will be taking down Chaos, picking that kill up, and this is looking good for the Glamour Girls. Once again, Muyu not able to stack enough spears into anyone, and the ult comes through. Grerith picks him up as well. Good flash away from Nuri, means that he doesn't get stunned, and Highlander wasn't even a part of that fight this whole time. He was away towards the top side, and this means the Glamour Girls win the fight 5v4. They take the inhibitor turret. They're gonna take the inhibitor as well. They're gonna back away. Who knows where they're gonna go next? They could try even going for Baron.
Yeah, they could do the Baron actually. Like, they have Luscon is up, so he can tank this, and they do have a fair bit of damage with the Civ, with the Graves, and the Syndra is not all that bad. She does have some CDR on her, and her cooldowns are not all that long, so her neutral monster taking is not all that bad.
No, but Highlander and Nuri are hanging around. They're looking to disrupt the health bars on. They're going quite low for the Glamour Girls right now. SLB's there as well. Nuri dealing damage from afar. Highlander dealing damage from close up, and it's going well for the Flying Mariachis. The Glamour Girls looking to get the disengage now. Ragemaker is dealing damage to them, and Nuri gets stunned up by that Cosmic Binding, and that might just mean that no kills are going to come through for the Flying Mariachis. Highlander still chasing on towards Ragemaker. Jukes of many abilities, but he doesn't manage to juke away from the Cosmic Binding, and that might make him in trouble. He does go down, but Mino English coming over, trying to get the trade frag on towards the jungler there. Muyu picks up one kill, shuts down Grerith, and with Grerith gone, this could be big. Ragemaker, he's going to go down. Well, any moment now, he does go down. Luscon tries to get a trade on towards Mino English, but it's Echo, and he uses the Chrono Break to stay alive. Parallel Convergence coming through, will stun up Luscon. Rend comes through, takes him to a sliver of health, and then Muyu throws one last spear into him, picks up the kill. Minions are pouring into the Flying Mariachi's base, but they don't care. They're going for the Baron right now. They're looking to take this down. It's only missing you there to stop them. Parallel Convergence will bring a shield in, and Baron's dealing so much damage to them. And, you know, if missing you gets one big crit ricochet across them, that could be almost an instant triple kill right now. Boomerang Blade not landing. They're still trying to take down this Baron. They're desperately on towards it, and missing you. He's so low, and actually picks up one kill. He's going to pick up a second. Will he pick up a third? Mino comes in. He does pick up the triple kill. Missing you in a 1v4, 2v4 if you count Baron. Picked up a triple kill. Oh my goodness, what was that?
The greed was too real. The moment they saw missing you, they should have backed away. They know it's Vespyr. She has a lot of AoE damage. It's not even just skill shot AoE, it's guaranteed AoE damage with the ricochet. And it just destroyed them. Mino English thought he was slick, thought he would just like quickly get in, pop off a phase dive and managed to get missing you, but that was not the case. And now Glamour Girls are on the bear, and now it's Flying Mariachis here to try and run.
Yeah, Baron must be so tired of this right now. Every time people just keep killing him, or almost killing him, and then they never put him out of his misery. However, this time, looks like he is going to finally be allowed some rest as he gets taken down. Ragemaker picking that one up, and they take the magical journey away to safety.
Yeah, now Flying Mariachis just gotta farm up the mid lane. Get ready to defend against the siege. They could actually contest this dragon right now. It would be third dragon, and extra movement speed coupled along with on the hunt is a lot of movement speed, because on the hunt is percentage movement speed.
Right, yeah.
Just like dragons, so it does stack.
They're going to be taking down this dragon without any contest, really. SLB might look to try and get a cheeky Winter's Bite over the wall. Does have a ward in there, but isn't able to secure it. The smite from Ragemaker was far too strong in the end, and poor wee Braum couldn't get the steal over the wall.
Well, you have to try those. Like,
Yeah, there's no harm.
There's no harm in trying. Yeah, he didn't lose much because there's nothing SLB can really do here. Like, he can't go forward to place any wards. They're just getting dominated. Like, they do have Mino English splitting up the top lane, but they really need him here.
Yeah, he doesn't have a TP available either. I mean, he doesn't have TP as a summoner spell, so it's going to take him a long time to try and get back here. He
does
is
have Home Guards.
channeling the recall now, and the Home Guards will be available for him as he comes sprinting out of base, and you know, we might see another fight coming through here, because the fights have been closer than what you might expect, considering the gold lead right now. Mino is looking for an engage with the parallel convergence, but that's negated by a good cosmic binding from Chaos. Meanwhile, the engage comes in, and Luskicon, he's tanking up a lot of damage. Good Tempered Fate locks everyone up for a while, but Luskicon will be the first to go down. This is so close. And Muyu, he's still free hitting. He's low, but he's doing so much damage off towards the side. Parallel convergence will land on them, but there's no one in there to stun them up. Gareth, he's so low, but he's not quite gone down. The Glamour Girls, they hang on, and they're still trying to push this down. I'm not sure they can do this. Mino English gets in for the assassinate there. He will be going down, but I think that's a worth it trade. Will he even be going down? He makes it away with the phase dive. How has he survived that? I don't know, but this is so much trouble for the Glamour Girls right now. They're trying to take the magical journey away. Through they come, but Ragemaker still gets stunned up. Muyu throws the pierce into him and takes him down. Chaos, he's going to be going solo. Missing you exhausted. The chase is real. They can keep slowing. They can keep chasing them. Cosmic Binding doesn't land on towards them. SLB's actually the one that goes down, but now Missing You is dead. There's no hope for Chaos. He's also gonna go down. An ace coming through for the Flying Mariachis, and I don't know what on earth is going on this game, but both teams clearly want to win this. This is absolutely insane.
Jesus Christ, that fight started off with Muyu actually defending the base. Because their base was getting destroyed completely. Like, they lost one of their Nexus turrets. And they actually managed to win the team fight. Mino English surviving long enough to do so much in that fight. He managed to assassinate Gareth. He managed to deal a lot of damage onto Missing You and onto Ragemaker. And he'll continue to chase on Chaos and slow all of them while doing so.
Yeah.
Mino English on this Echo is just amazing.
He's a good Echo player, one might say. Highlander might be stunned up here, but Gareth isn't going to be able to chase on towards him. The Frozen Domain goes down, and Highlander just going to be walking on out of there. Duskicon tried to come to cut him off, but it wasn't to be. Another pause coming through once again. Muyu was the one who was paused at this time, so it's going to be another pause for the Flying Mariachis. 19 to 20 right now on the kills. Okay, apparently Muyu has... This game is so intense that Muyu is suffering a nosebleed. So he's so stressed out by this game that he's actually had a nosebleed. So that's just a testimony to how insane this game is right now. The comeback, is it real? Who knows? But whoa, my goodness.
Oh my god, it's even hard on us. Like, right now there's a 3,000 gold lead for the Glamour Girls. However, they were ahead by way more that last fight, and we all know how that one turned out. Right now, like,
absolutely.
Neither of the neutral objectives are alive. Both Baron and Dragon are dead, and they aren't respawning anytime soon. Like, more than 2 minutes from now they will respawn.
Yeah.
So right now both teams will be looking to push. So Glamour Girls has an open inhibitor in the mid lane. All they need to do is get the minion wave there and then like poke at the inhibitor and like disengage if anything bad happens. Of course, the problem with that is their top laner is an engaged top laner, not a disengaged one. Maokai is okay at peeling, however, he prefers the twisted advance forward.
Yes.
As you might expect, even from the name of the ability. Cinder does have some disengage with her ult, and a Chaos, if he lands a good Tempered Fate, can get them out of there. On the other side, though, Flying Mariachis, they have a lot of turrets up. Like, the inner ring is left alive, as well as the inhibitor ring, so they have 6 turrets to take down. Of course, 3 at a time.
Yeah,
obviously.
I mean, yeah, that fight, I mean, they won that fight, and it was so good. It was such a good fight, and it looked so big for them, and all they did was take down 2 alpha turrets with it. That's how far behind they are right now in terms of pressure, not just in terms of gold, in terms of pressure on the map as well. They need to win a couple more fights like that, at least, before they can really start making inroads. Yeah,
they were pushed into their base so far. Even getting 2 turrets is a testament to how much they won the team fight, because they lost a Nexus turret in the mid lane, and they picked up a mid lane turret. Like, that just
strange.
shows. Yeah, that's strange. That shows the difference right now. And I don't know, it's going to be a doozy, this one.
Yeah, well, it already has been. It's a highlight reel sort of game, I think, and you know, we might see even more big plays coming. I sincerely hope so. This game has been absolutely incredible, and you know, it's great fun to cast this sort of game. So, you know, I'm personally very happy for it. I'm sure all of you watching on Twitch are very happy about it too. Maybe Muyu not so much, considering it's made him have a nosebleed, but you know,
Muyu getting actual health problems from the intensity of the game.
Muyu will be hospitalized after the game, having burst all of the blood vessels inside his head.
Jesus Christ, they're just a next level game.
I like in the midst.
We have confirmation from Chaos that there are 21 times on the map.
Yeah, in the midst of all the chaos, Chaos himself is the one who just cools down and decides to count the chimes on the map. That's keeping a cool head. Admittedly, the pause has allowed them to maybe cool off a little bit, but hopefully it will be gone soon, and hopefully Muyu will return soon with a fully functioning nose once more.
Oh god, this game is... That's all I can say. This game.
This game is, you know, insert superlative here. I mean,
exactly. Like, there are no words to describe this.
Okay, so how about we, seeing as this pause might last a wee bit longer, how about we look at the item build, see if there's anything you no last whisper second item Lucians, but you know, let's see if there's anything you want to get worked up about.
We're done with that, thankfully.
no more of that.
Those were the grim days of League.
Yeah.
Those were the grim. That and the Infinity Edge first item Vayne.
Ooh.
Like that feel when you put a caster on tilt. I can't even imagine what this team was going through.
All right, so how about Last Whisper fourth item on Callisto? A bit more reasonable. What do you think?
That's okay. That's actually good because, well, there is a fair bit of armor, especially on Luxicon, and Callisto really needs to be able to kill him. Because there isn't anybody else who can really do that. He has some magic resist as well. Nerdy doesn't have enough damage. I think, well, enough DPS. He has a fair bit of burst, but not enough DPS to actually take care of the Maokai. Muyu has to be the one to kill him, and Last Whisper right now is an okay item to take against tanks. It's actually a great item to take against tanks. It's 1300 gold for 30% bonus armor shred. It's... well, not shred, like penetration.
Yeah.
Like, it's extremely good against tanks. It's horrible, absolutely horrible against squishies who don't build any armor, but it's pretty good against tanks.
Yeah. Indeed it is. And I think pretty much the fights, what it seems to be hinging on is if Muyu kills Luskikon quickly enough, and so he can start hitting the rest of the enemy team, start hitting the rest of the Glamour Girls, then the Flying Mariachis have a good chance to win that fight. That's what we saw in the last time, was that Luskikon went pretty deep with that Twisted Advance and was locked up very well by SLB. The Tempered Fate kept him alive a little bit longer than it would have done because it locked up the people who were doing damage to him, but the fact that Muyu was able to take him down as the first kill of that fight meant that Muyu was able to free hit for the rest of the fight on towards the side of them and did a lot of damage. And then we saw, of course, that excellent re-engage coming in from Mino English as well, which was absolutely insane that he stayed alive there, but... a very good presence of mind for him.
Okay, to be fair, like, Grerif is really the main factor here. Grerif blowing up Muyu is what kills the entire team fight for the Flying Mariachis. And unfortunately for Muyu, QSS doesn't cleanse Syndra ult, and Sonya's is not really a gold-efficient item on Callista.
Yeah, no, more Mortius does a little bit, but...
it does a little bit, however, there's so much damage coming from Grerif. Mortimer Mortis does mitigate that, however, looking at how strong Grerif is right now, I would be going for a Banshee's Veil. Like, maybe not even finishing up Lord Dominic Cigars, because I'm guessing that's what he is going for.
Yeah.
I would just like sell this Doran's Blade and get a Spectre's Cowl at the very least.
Yeah, that perhaps might not be the worst shout, but however, we'll see exactly what he goes through and whether he just backs his raw power in team fights and whether he thinks that, you know, it doesn't matter because Gareth's not going to get to him because he's going to kill Gareth or the rest of his team's going to kill Gareth before Gareth can even get towards him. So, I mean, it's worked for him in the last couple of fights.
Yeah, there's some all chat
Yeah.
things happening.
Vlad cosplay, I like that. Good call from Gareth there.
Yeah.
Apparently it's best to imagine an explosion. A literal explosion of blood. Okay, he's ready. Okay, so he should be back in the game any moment now as we hit the 20-minute mark on the pause timer remaining. 32 minutes and 43 seconds into this game, and it doesn't look like ending all that soon right now. I mean, if the Flying Mariachis get aced, the game will probably end. But other than that, it's going to take a while, I think. Play will resume in 3, 2, 1. We are back in the game and ready for some more action.
And by action we mean jungle farming.
Yes, well, I mean, the action doesn't come immediately. There'll be a little bit of respite while they, take red buff.
Yeah, unfortunately though, we waited 10 minutes, we're like, oh, here's the action, oh, he kills the red buff.
Come on, the Cinder, the Brambleback rather, it's a tough one. It's a really, one of the hardest mobs out there. Really, really strong. Oh, Mino English might have caught out Chaos actually, but he does have a magical journey and will be able to get away.
He chunks it fairly well, to be honest.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, Mino English
Chaos
does damage.
has some magic resist. Like, he has Banner of Command, which gives him 20 MR. It has some health. Even still, like, Mino English from one combo chunks him to a decent extent.
Yeah, I mean, he has tanky items, but 2 of the tanky items he's built also do damage in some way, shape, or form. So, he's a tank, but he's a damaging tank, and he has that Runic Echoes to supplement that extra bit of AP that he needs as well. So, packs a punch, certainly.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, as we were saying, I do definitely agree that the Brambleback is the strongest jungle minion. Let's be honest. The Blue Sentinel is nothing. Like,
yeah, no, Brambleback greater than Blue Sentinel, easily. Team Brambleback, hashtag Team Brambleback. Also got a cooler name.
Yeah, definitely so. Like, let's be real here. Red buff, like, beats the living hell out of you.
Yeah.
Like, when you're jungling, you would prefer to take blue buff first. Like,
yeah.
Blue buff is calm. He, like, tries to slam his hand, like, doesn't really care that you're attacking. He's a chill dude.
Yeah, he's chill.
Brambleback. The Brambleback will beat the living hell out of you.
Brambleback has no chill.
He has no chill. He just mauls you to death.
Oh, we did see the Flying Mariachis trying to build a bit of pressure up in the middle lane, and it's almost like they're ahead trying to build these pressure up, but they are forced to back away pretty quickly and reminded of their place in this game as the underdog, at least in terms of gold.
Yeah, again, the gold difference is 3,000, so at 55 minutes in, 3,000 gold is not big of a difference. However, it's all on Gareth. Let's be real here. It's literally all on Gareth. I'm looking at the gold. It's literally all on Gareth.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, actually, Missing You has accumulated almost the same amount of gold as Gareth, but the differential in the middle lane is so much bigger.
Yeah, Muyu has accumulated more gold than Nuri has, and actually we see Muyu going for the Mortal Reminder, so definitely looking more towards destroying, actually having some usefulness of that last Whisper against Missing You. And of course, Loxicon heals a lot with the Sap magic, so fair enough. Mortal Reminder, I approve. It's a good idea.
It would be even better if Ragemaker had built, Death's Dance or something like that, which he hasn't, but regardless, I still think it's a decent pickup, probably the right pickup here as well. This would be 4th Dragon if it does go down, and it does, and we are seeing a fight engage. Mino English tried to get over the wall to try and get the steal, but he wasn't able to. Highlander doing a lot of damage to the backlands. A huge stun coming out of Mino English. A huge knockup. This is so big. This could be the Flying Mariachis winning. Yet another fight. Muyu flashes back over the wall towards Ragemaker. Might go down. Doesn't quite chaos. He's on the other side of the wall. He's just about staying alive. And a snipe comes through from Missing You. Highlander just needs to hit him one more time. Gets him with the chomp or something in the end. Highlander picks him up. 3 for 2 in favor of the Flying Mariachis, and that was so big for them. That everything about that fight just went so right.
Mino English, that parallel convergence was godlike. Ragemaker and Chaos barely get away. Like, Muyu probably could have killed Chaos there. Instead, he like backs off, flashes away when the Cosmic Binding was coming towards him. I think he could have just dashed away using his Q or using his auto attack and then the martial poise. But didn't want to risk it, jumps back in, does some damage onto Ragemaker, however he is tanky as hell on this Graves. And that was a close fight.
It was. It was closer than it seemed like it was going to be when
main
four
reason
members of the Glamour Girls were being hit by every single ability they could be. And, you know, after all that Flying Mariachis, all they get is another turret. The gold gets closer and closer every time, though. And that does make a difference still.
Well, the reason why the fight was so close was because actually the Temper Fate landed onto Muyu. He wasn't able to fight at the start of that one. And so he missed out on a lot of DPS. However, when he came out of it, he was on full HP and could just focus everybody who was at that point stunned. So it is a coin flip whether that saved Muyu or like ruined his DPS stats, because on one hand he could have gotten exploded by Grerif had he not been stunned, because well, if the Temper Fate hadn't have gone down, he probably would have gotten hit up by Grerif. On the other hand, like, if Grerif did manage to get onto Muyu, he probably could have done a lot more damage, so...
Yeah. It's sort of, it's
This
yeah,
was
hard to say
this
what
was
would have
along
happened.
the lines of an equal fight.
Yes.
In all honesty. Because locking down Muyu is basically like locking up Grerif.
Luskicon might be in trouble here. Might be caught out. He's so tanky though, and I don't think he's actually going to be in any danger. And this means this has flipped the switch. Look at the rest of the Glamour Girls. They're on towards Baron now. They're starting it up already. Growth and Ragemaker on towards it. They take it down not all that quickly. Once Missing You gets here, it'll be a lot quicker, but they're not going to be able to sneak it before the rest of the Flying Mariachis arrive. They're coming in.
Oh god.
Parallel Convergence goes down, but it's spell shielded by Missing You, who's still low already though. Amino English, he's just zoning him out the rest of the fight. Ragemaker, so low growth, gets a Zonya's through just at the right time. Exhausted though, he doesn't get away because Baron takes him down. Muyu, he's going so huge, but a good Tempered Fate might keep Luskicon alive. I don't think it's going to though, because he's slowed down for decades. Muyu doesn't pick up that kill, it's Nuri that picks that one up. Amino English this whole time, he was 1v2 as this Echo. This is insane. He is so good at this champion, and he's gonna take down Chaos. He's gonna have his face next to the ace. His team are gonna pick up the Baron Nashor as well. What a turnaround from the Flying Mariachis. Everything just keeps going right for them. And, you know, this might be... I think the power has finally shifted in their favor now.
Oh god, this was just like... And Ragemaker is so tilted. Like, GG well played in the chat. He is so tilted from this, and understandably so. Grerif used his ult onto Nuri. Nuri who just Zonya's it. He wanted... I think he wanted to clip Muyu, but they were like 1 millimeter away from each other.
Right.
Like,
millimeters can make a difference.
The entire fight.
Yeah. Oh,
and
my
now
goodness.
there's a 2,000 gold lead for Flying Mariachis. This is such a... It's such a tough game for both sides.
Yeah.
It's a 40-minute game and it's intense as hell.
Yeah. I am loving every moment of it, Growth. Gonna be picking up blue buff. Hopefully gonna have, you know, a bit extra CDR and a bit extra damage coming through, as well as the mana regen. Of course, those are the facets of blue buff, and you know, Growth was so huge.
Some AP as well.
Yeah. It was so huge earlier in the game, right? And he was 8-2-2, and now from since he was 8-2-2, he's gone
8-6-7, yeah.
Yeah, he's gone 1-4-5 since then, which is not a performance that you would be expecting once he got so very fed, but he's just not... Everyone has had an answer to when they've ulted him. Only Muyu is the target he can ult, but SLB is there with the Unbreakable whenever that happens, and, you know, I don't think... He's just being shut out, and he's just being negated as a threat. Flying Mariachis on towards this inner turret. They're going to be taking it down, finally taking that turret, and now they're still going to be backing away. Still very cautious about this game. They have Highlander in the bot side, and once Glamour Girls see him there, they'll know that's a 5v4 if they want to get the engage, but they can't... Probably not going to be able to actually do that.
Look at Minnow English. He has his full build. He's the first one to achieve
Completely
a full build.
done. He is so strong, and I mean,
He's so strong. Like,
yeah.
Unbelievably so, and next dragon is spawning in 20 minutes. That's Dragon 5 for Glamour Girls.
Oh
Flying
my god.
Mariachis have to contest this one. They
have
do
to.
have Baron buff. They have Nuri splitting the top lane, however he does have teleport.
Ooh, Grareth gets some chunk damage onto Mino English at the start of the fight. That's good for them. Scuttlecrab will be secured, and that gives them that little bit of extra speed for the upcoming fight, which I'm sure is definitely going to be happening. Nuri, he's running down instead of using his teleport, and SLB might be a little bit caught up, but he's only stunned up, but he is
using the TP.
brawn, and so it doesn't matter. And now look, the Flying Mariachis have chased the rest of Glamour Girls completely away. The Rend will be there. I don't think there's going to be any contest for this. It was! There was the potential. It was on 18 health. The ult came across, but he didn't quite reach it. And Muyu did pick it up, I believe, with an auto attack in the end.
Yeah,
So that denies
would've been
5th Baron, 5th Dragon for now.
That would have been heartbreaking if that managed to steal it.
Ooh,
And now they're in
you
a bit of trouble. They're getting pushed in, and SLB with this Unbreakable Shield can just stop the wave clear from happening.
They did
And
manage
that
to
actually
clear
means
that
a lot.
wave out, however, and these parallel convergence, they're showing the intent of Mino English, and his intent is to go in and to go hard, like he's been doing all game,
When
like he's
is
been
it
doing
not?
all series, really, particularly in Game 1 and this
Oh,
game on
wow.
Echo. Grareth, he's on the front lines, is he caught out? No, because he has Zhonya's. Good-tempered Fate stops Highlander and SLB, and that fight will be disengaged for now. Mino English was going to go back in, but very well denied by Grareth. He had burned his flash, though, and that means his team is going to have to back away from that turret, and they seed the 3rd and final inner turret, and now it's just to the base turrets. The turrets are being slowly evened out. 7 turrets to 6 now, and the Flying Mariachis, they are suddenly on top of things. I mean, they've been on top of things for a little while, but now they're really on top of things.
Yeah, now they're going in. Now Mino English is those parallel converts every time.
Yeah.
I think he's going in. Like it's a crazy idea, but I'm like, yeah, he's one crazy guy. He's going in.
Yeah. No, he's been showing some pretty crazy ideas. I mean, we saw that in that fight down by the bottom lane inhibitor turret for his team, when he flashed in to get the phase dive on towards Grareth, the assassination. That was a crazy idea, and it worked. And you know, if there's someone to make crazy ideas work, it's him in this series, certainly. He has been popping off. If MVP of Game 1 easily, maybe not of Game 2, but if the Flying Mariachis win this game, I would vote for him easily as MVP of the series, but
definitely.
it's not over yet.
But he's so confident on this Echo, and understandably so. He's been doing so much for his entire team. Oof.
Really
And,
incredible performance.
Yeah, now we see Muyu as well picking up his final item, going for the Mercurial Scimitar. An excellent item for any ADK. Gives you the cleanse from the QSS, gives you 75 AD, which is a lot. Pardon me, actually 65. Let's see, 65.
right.
And 10% lifesteal, which is also pretty good. Especially on Callista. Callista, who has,
Yeah.
who has the rune on Hurricane, hits 3 targets at once, crits them a fair amount of the time. And he just lifesteal back up when Grareth manages to land one sphere onto him.
Yeah. Absolutely. And now they're going to be hanging around Baron again. There's only 1 minute and 30 seconds left until it respawns. And, you know, that feels like they're going to be a bit on pause until that happens. Because until the next dragon comes up, until the next Baron comes up, then there's not much to fight over right now. Because I don't think there's any way they can push into those inhibitor turrets safely without taking the Baron before, so they can set up their siege. Because their comp, it's not the best siege comp in the world, and there's a lot of wave clear they'll be up against.
Yeah, however, I don't know, like, they have me no English, so
Yeah.
sieges turn into dives quite
Yeah.
frequently.
But, yeah, you know, if they're diving under the inhibitor turret, that's a 6v5 fight, unless they can take it down quickly enough. So, you know, even based on their recent team fights, which they've been performing so well in, that would still be a tall ask, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely not an easy thing to do. However, we see Baron spawning in half a minute, so right now, looking at the map, there are a lot of wards for the Flying Mariachis, and Chaos just putting his first one down. He doesn't have vision of the pit. Actually, we
Yeah.
saw Muyu backing, probably... Yeah, I think his red pot ran out, so he just backed away to refresh that one, be ready for the next team fight, because Baron is up in 10 seconds, and then in a minute 40, 5th Dragon is up again for Glamour Girls.
Yeah, if Flying Mariachis don't take this Baron sharpish, we could see a trade, you know. They could take Baron while the Glamour Girls take 5th Dragon. And, you know, that trade, it's hard to say who that goes in favor of at this
I think
point.
that would go the other way around. I think, like, that Flying Mariachis would force the Dragon rather than the Baron.
Okay.
Because Baron doesn't mean as much as 5th Dragon, obviously.
Yeah.
Aspect
Okay,
is
so-
just so strong.
Yeah.
Like, they still would be in a disadvantage because 2nd Dragon is not as strong as Baron, however. Baron is not strong as Aspect.
Yeah. And Highlander's still pushing
Yeah,
on the
Highlander
top
has
side.
TP, so he can push all he wants, but so does Loskikon, and Loskikon can interrupt the TP with more ease than Highlander can, so...
Yeah. Though I'd say they could probably interrupt each other's fairly easily unless Luskikon rather went far enough back in his base so that he couldn't be pursued there, and Baron has been alive for a while, and Highland's actually whacking on this inhibitor turret right now, but in comes Chaos actually to try and lend a hand, but you know, that means that's just the go sign, and now the Flying Mariachis are on towards the Baron. The TP is coming in, and it just comes in, just saves the ward in time. That was pretty clutch, to be honest. Highlander also using his TP. He kind of has to go in with it now, otherwise he loses that summoner spell. Mino English on towards the backline. It's a good temper fate. Locks up 4 right now. Luskon trying to tank up as much as he can, but he's going to be going down eventually. Muyu still wins this fight. Muyu, he picks up the kill. He's on a killing spree now. Rends him out to death. Ragemaker trying to distract people off towards the side. Growth comes in. He tries to nuke Nuri down. It's so close, but the Zonyas keeps him alive. He goes down as soon as he comes out of the stasis, but a great fate's call knocks all 3 of them up. Muyu, he might be on the backlines. He might be going down now because Ragemaker goes on towards him, but he gets stunned up by the concussive stacks, and Muyu's still alive, and he's still chasing, and he's still alive, and it's a triple kill, and he's going to be pushing the middle lane with the remaining members of his team. They're going to push into the base. They're going to end this game. They're going to win this 3-0, and they are going to go to the Vespyr Premier League playoff semi-final, where they'll be up against Epic Avalanche, and if they keep playing like they've been playing today, if they can make comebacks like this in that series, that will be an absolutely incredible series. You know, 20 seconds on Luskikon, it's pretty close, but I think they will still definitely be able to make this one.
They can just ignore him. They can just ignore him and end. Oh my god, that fight was like... Oh my god. Fate landing onto 4 members of Flying Mariachis. Luskikon managing to get into the backline, gets separated from his team, and gets shredded by Muyu with this mortal reminder. And again, Gareth ulting Nuri, who just Sonya's it again.
Oh, they're not doing it. They're not doing it. They're going for the second inhibitor instead. They're not ending the game. I spoke too soon. They can't end the game, and the game is still going. Glamour Girls, they have held on.
They can't see Dragon.
Yeah.
They have to run for it right now and hope to God. Mino English is not there. They don't have Smite.
They can't. They can't do this.
This can go horribly wrong. This can go horribly wrong.
They can't do this. Highlander has no DP, Nuri has no TP to backdoor with, and there's still a Nexus turret up anyway. Why was Mino English on the top side? He needed to be down here to help contest this dragon.
He's on his way.
He's on his way. He's going to get here just in time. It's going pretty low. Tempered Fate comes in. If it doesn't lock him up, he'll be in the pit. And he does get the smite. Mino English picks up the smite. They're going to be going into the fight once again now. And there's low mana bars and relatively low health bars on the rest of the Flying Mariachis. Is this too much for them? Is this too much of an ask? Growth doing a lot of damage. Muyu stays alive, has the Fate's Call available, and does save SLB with that. So they will get out alive, and they deny the 5th dragon.
They steal the dragon and lose
clutch.
members.
A
Mino
clutch
English
steal from Mino English.
Now,
Oh
do
my
that again
goodness.
on the Baron.
Oh, the Baron is going to be started up by Glamour Girls. They're actually going to bait it
it's a bait.
instead here. Will they be able to trick SLB into going for this? They have minions on the bot side. This is trouble for them, but Muyu, he's caught out. Muyu goes down. They both go down. That's 2 kills for Ragemaker. The fact that Muyu is dead is absolutely enormous right now. What a play by the Glamour Girls. They keep their heads. They don't just try and rush down the Baron, and they go for the bait play instead. And that might have just secured them the game now. I might have spoken way too soon. It might be them who are looking to get the reverse sweep. We'll have to see if they're able to make a hero defense.
Nuri is there as well.
Available. Nuri also there. Minions are pushing in on the bottom side now. They'll only have 1 Nexus turret, and Minions, it's not going to be too hard for them to take that down. Highlander, he's locked up by that Tempered Fate, but it just keeps him alive for longer. Mino English just gets out in time with the Chrono Break. Highlander, he's taking so much damage, and it doesn't matter. He can just tank it for days. The Minions, they're on towards the red Nexus. Nexus now. This could be trouble for the Glamour Girls. They do take him down. They take Highlander down. They're trying to end the game. They're going to end it. They're going to end it quickly. They have to do it quickly. But me no English. So much damage. Nuri as well. Ragemaker. They have to focus Ragemaker. If they take him down. No. Luskicon. One more hit. He takes it. He does it. He takes the Nexus. Oh my goodness. What an insane performance by both teams. Absolutely insane game. Glamour Girls, after all I said, they take the game back. They make it 2-1 in this series. This game is not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. What an absolutely insane game of League of Legends. Oh.
They were so close. Oh my god. That... I... don't know what to say. Holy moly.
Oh my goodness. How...
That game, just like...
After all that, it comes down to that Baron bait, and then it was so close. And the wave that respawned to stop the super minions from killing their own Nexus just at the right time. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, you do not want to miss the next game. We'll be back very shortly to bring you what will be game 4 of this series now. And if it's anything like game 3, you absolutely do not want to miss it. What an incredible game from both teams. I cannot wait to see the next one.
Circuits are online.
Welcome back, everybody, to Game 4 of the Vespyr Premier League playoff quarter-final match between Glamour Girls on the blue side and the Flying Mariachis on the red side. I am your totally calm and chill caster, Tasty Aldar. With me is Void.
Hello, I am Void. I am the dead caster.
I've taken a significant chill pill after that last game, which was absolutely insane, and I'm just going to have a bit of a lower tempo for the beginning of this one. At least for Champion Select, as we see champions being banned out already. Soraka, once again being the ban. Thresh still being banned out against Chaos, a good respect ban that he's managing to bait out every time. Karma also is being banned out once again against Nuri.
And those are the bans that we have expected throughout this series. Soraka and Karma have proven themselves to be top tier picks for the side of Flying Mariachis. And
we are no longer in the lobby. Alright, okay. Back to normal. Yeah. Not sure about the oh, okay. Apparently, you guys couldn't see any of that as our resident streamer was removed from the lobby.
Nice one.
Yeah, no, that should be new emote, resident streamer. Anyway, we will be getting back into the lobby any moment, recreating the same 3 or 4 bans I believe we saw, which was Thresh, Soraka, Karma, Kindred, and then I think that was all we got to before we had to eject, and we're just waiting. Oh, having a little bit of trouble getting streamer back in the game. Won't be a moment though. He is now in the lobby, as I'm sure you guys are aware by looking at your screens, and if you can see it, I'm not entirely sure, but we should be back and ready to remake the lobby any second now.
Okay, and we are back.
Indeed we are.
I'm guessing there are going to be some lightning fast bans this time around because each team knows what they want to ban out.
Okay.
Oh, instant ban, Highlander. Quick on the trigger.
Yeah, he's ready, man. To be fair, he's got the second man advantage, you know, so... Oh, and Echo will once again be the last ban. You know, they tried not banning the Echo, see how it went. They won, but, you know, I don't think they want to play against Mino English's Echo no more.
Yeah, it was a lot closer than they would have liked that one to be. So I'm guessing Mino English is probably going to pick up Graves in the first rotation, because we have seen him.
Maokai was the final ban out, respecting Luskakon, and there is the Graves, as you expected.
I expected, actually, Mino English wanting to pick that one up, so it stands to reason that Glamour Girls wants to take that one away. Ragemaker had a good showing on Graves last game, and they don't want to give that to Mino English, so Mino English for this 4th game of the series will have to play something a bit different, and picks up the Elise.
Indeed, the Elise.
Elise needs no introduction, I think. Elise is your classic early game jungler turns tank late game. It actually does magic damage, so that's a plus. Always like forcing the opponents to buy magic resist when you have an extremely good AD carry is always a plus.
Absolutely. So I doubt we'll be seeing a Corki coming out of Muyu, because that would ruin that effect entirely. We are seeing, once again, Trundle locked in. I imagine they'll be going to Highlander, who, you know, he's been slightly overshadowed by Mino English's Echo, but when he's been on Trundle, he's been performing pretty damn well as well. I mean, I don't think there was a single person who performed badly in that last game, though, so it's kind of hard to say. You know, in theory, they would just pick the same exact champions because they were so good. However, that's not actually going to be the case, of course. Cassiopeia would be an interesting pick for Grerith. I don't think that's what's going to be coming through. Braum Sivir would make an awful lot more sense and would be a pretty strong bottom lane to lock in here.
And they steal Braum away from SLB and they pick up Sivir again for Missing You. Missing You had some really good plays on the Sivir. That 3v1 triple kill was...
with the help of Baron Nashor.
Yeah, well, with the help... Some help from Baron Nashor.
Yeah. But still, quite special, and, you know, Missing You once again going back to it, and he did, of course, decent work in that last game. It was one of the champions in the last game, and therefore it was played well. That's pretty much the rule now. Interesting to see what SLB actually falls back to. Now, there's no Soraka for him, and there's no Braum, because throughout the regular season, Braum was his main go-to champion, if I remember correctly. So it'll be interesting to see what he goes for now. No Thresh, which was aimed at Chaos anyway. No Braum, and now no Soraka either. Or rather, and no Soraka, and now no Braum either. And it looks like Janna should be an interesting pick, and Muyu will be on Jhin. So Janna Jhin, a pretty heavy lane to be playing up against.
Oh, for sure. However, it is up against Braum, and Braum can mitigate a lot of the damage with his Unbreakable. Because generally what you would do as a Janna Jhin lane is put the shield onto... Oh, Draven is left open. Will missing you... No, he picked up Sivir.
Unlikely unless we're going to see Sivir
Chaos,
mid.
yeah, Chaos is... I forgot Chaos is trolling him.
Yes, no.
Just
a wee troll.
Yeah, I forgot that Chaos was a notorious troll. It was my mistake. So yeah, what you would generally do is, as Janna, put the shield onto Jhin as he has his 4th bullet, and then he just walks up, crits a fool, and walks out with the extra movement speed.
That sounds pretty accurate.
And you can't trade
Crits a
back.
fool.
Yeah, you can't trade back. You use your, let's say you're Lucian, you use your dash forward, you hit him up, you destroy his shield.
Oh, alright, okay, so Gareth is going to be on Lux.
We haven't
seen
Lux in a long time, actually.
You know who else we haven't seen in a long time? Darius.
Yeah, fair enough. He has fallen slightly out of favor with top laners. I'm just interested to see how this matchup of Trundle versus Darius will actually play out. Trundle should have enough mobility with his W to actually escape from Darius's healing spin to win.
We'll have to see if that's what he manages to do. And I've only ever seen Darius in the Premier League. The only time I remember seeing Darius was for Fengdari, top laner of Ground 6, and it left a little bit to be desired. He got some kills, but then he was still Darius, and therefore still a bit of a potato. So, you know, we'll have to see if Luskikon's able to make it work a bit better than I've seen it before. And Nivea, which has been banned out every single time against Nuri, has been left open. That might mean that he's going to lock it in, and he does.
Let's see if Nuri is in fact Froggen.
And
by that I
Froggen
do
in
not...
disguise.
Yeah, please do not DDoS the stream.
Yeah. They lose game 2, they DDoS the other enemy team. And no chance of a reverse sweep because he's got the DDoS in the back pocket.
That's if they had Jensen.
Ah, yeah, no, of course. Fair enough.
Of course. Oh boy, it's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, so despite the fact that everyone played incredibly well in that last game, we're seeing a whole bunch of different picks coming through. Partially because of bans, but also partially just because of personal preference. So Nuri, on that Anivia, it'll be interesting to see. Anivia Lux, we haven't seen either of those champions so far in this series. And, you know, Lux, more in the meta than Anivia, but still neither are the top tier picks for most people right now. So it's interesting, more comfortable picks for both of these players, most likely.
Well, she is somewhat difficult to play, to a great extent.
Yeah.
And now we have everything locked in. Looking at the team comps, definitely see why he would pick Darius along with the Sivir. Like, the extra movement speed helps him a lot with chasing and reapplying his bleed onto everybody. So there is a lot of potential for that AoE wombo combo. They do have Braum, Lux, and Graves, along with, of course, the resets from the Darius. And Sivir is there to help with the positioning of that one, so doesn't look all that bad. On the other side, it looks like Jhin and Anivia will be... Yeah, Jhin and Anivia will basically be like the primary carries, with Highlander being the split push threat on the side. Thankfully for Muyu, there aren't really any big tanks. Like, Darius is somewhat tanky, however, I feel like Nuri can take care of him with all the slows he has and the peel. Jhin has a gigantic problem with people who are extremely tanky. Like, Jhin against a Rammus or a Maokai or an Echo, you're just going to use your crits to run away.
Yeah,
you can't do anything against them because, again, you have the 2.5 second period of time where you can't do any damage because you're reloading. Against squishies, however, he can just explode Gareth and missing you.
Yeah, no, I think particularly Gareth, as Jhin, pretty much the best AD character to be playing against a Lux, I would say, because You don't have any dashes, but you're usually quick enough because you got crits going through, so if you get those, you always get the speed boost, but also you build boots of swiftness, right? And you're usually quick enough to juke away from the abilities that will be flying out of growth, at least the light bindings, and if you manage to get an auto attack on towards him, it does a really significant chunk of his health, pretty much regardless of the situation, so, you know, I'd say it's a pretty good cross-lane matchup for him there.
Fair enough. So we will be waiting one more minute, then we're in to the fourth game of the series, possibly the final game. However, as we said, these teams are extremely good at drawing, so
Yeah.
there's a high possibility of Game 5.
It's almost written in the stars that this will go 2-2. I mean, we'll have to see if that's indeed the case, whether the Glamour Girls will make it so, or whether it'll be the Flying Mariachis who end up making it a 3-1, and despite the incredibly valiant efforts of the Glamour Girls in that last game, it will not go to Game 5. We'll have to see. You guys can let us know in chat what you think if you so wish. We do not have a straw poll for you once again, as we were still having a bit of trouble with that, but, you know, if you want to just let us know in Twitch chat, go ahead, feel free.
And the delay is up. We're into the loading screen now. That wonderful moment where we find out who has the best skins.
Exactly.
And of course the Keystone Masteries, but mostly the skins, obviously.
Yeah, no, I mean, Keystone Masteries have a bit of an effect on the game, but skins, you know, I mean, skins mean wins, of course.
Well, some do, like Underworld Twisted Fate used to do.
Oh, yeah.
Warring Kingdoms Katarina as well.
Yeah. Maybe,
Like-
you know, I Blitzcrank.
Oh, Blitzcrank, obviously, of course, all the glitched out skins.
Mm-hmm.
Because League is pay to win. Everybody knows this.
Yeah, exactly. But sometimes you pay to lose if you have certain skins. However, I don't think I see any of those flagging up as insta-loss skins coming through.
Yeah.
I think most of these
So-
are pretty fine.
Let's get this one out of the way. Top laners, Grasp of the Undying. Graves with the Strength of Agents and Elise, Mino English on Elise. Again, taking Thunderlord's Decree for the early pressure. Mid laners with the Thunderlord's Decree as well. Sivir with the Fervor of Battle. Jhin, as you might expect from Jhin, with the Deathfire Touch. Braum with the Bond of Stone to protect the Sivir. And Janna with that Windspeaker's Blessing for some extra shields and extra resistance towards her team.
Yeah, absolutely, that is the nature of it, and, you know, unsurprising to see Muyu on that Jhin going for the Deathfire Touch. It's probably the only AD carry that will always go for Deathfire Touch unless you're playing Varus AD carry. Because, you know, he has negative synergy with Fervor of Battle, considering you can't actually stack up Fervor of Battle quickly enough on
Well,
Jhin.
then
It's
speaking,
almost
Warlord's
impossible.
Bloodlust is okay.
Yeah,
to
no,
some
Warlord's
degree.
Bloodlust, alright.
However,
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
it's...
Oh.
Oh.
The first stun of the game coming through for Nuri. He hits his first ghost shot of the game. Good start for him on his Anivia.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to let them pass.
Yeah.
They're to get some wards down to ensure that they have control of what lane happens. Now, the question is, do they want a lane swap or not? I would imagine they would want the lane swap. It depends on how confident they are. In my mind, these two dual lanes are sort of an equal footing. Like,
Minions have spawned.
Braum can destroy Jhin if Jhin is not careful. However, if Muyu plays well enough, well,
Mhm.
then the Jhin Janna lane should be enough to, like, completely eradicate the Sivir with constant empowered crits.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. Looks like both bottom lanes are going to be starting off on the bottom. Both junglers are going to be starting off on the top, and that means that we will get regular lanes. No Australia lanes, no lane swaps, none of that business, none of that funky business, and just going to have perfectly normal lanes.
Yeah, we see both dual lanes starting at camp level 1.
Mhm.
Oh, and
Oh. Nuri doesn't have anything else available, just will get the Flash Frost down, gets the stun on towards Muskon. Getting a decent trade there on towards Highlander, has that little bleed stack on him, not doing an awful lot though, and both top laners relatively healthy right now. Oh, you might be able to get a pretty decent trade onto Missing you there. He had the
Got a
extra
lot of
damage
damage
from the
now.
Storm Shield, and Yeah, missing you took quite the chunk there, but won't have to burn a health pot quite yet or anything like that. Luscon actually looking to turn on the pain towards Highlander, who tried to get in for some CS right now. Gets to max stacks with those bleed stacks, I should say, and Highlander taken quite low.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage down onto him. However, he still doesn't have his pulse, so he can't really chase for all that long.
No. Still, regardless, it is a good trade for him, but Highlander, after popping a couple of potions, is now all the way back, or almost all the way back to full health, I should say.
Interesting. Looking at missing you. Oh, here comes Mino English.
Oh, Mino English
Luscon,
towards the top side. Luscon, he's decided he's definitely going to be going down. He's trying to get the return kill on towards him. Actually does get the flash over the wall, but Mino English with the repel into the flash picks up the first blood. A good start for the Flying Mariachis in this one, and if Glamour Girls get behind in the early game, we've seen how badly it can go for them.
Yeah, not looking too great, but, well, he did pick an extremely aggressive laner and didn't quite have the ward control he needed, and Mino English is back in his top lane. Look at him. He could actually probably get another kill because he knows that Luscon doesn't have flash anymore.
Luscon does drop down a pink ward though, as well as a regular ward, so he's making sure he wants to keep his flanks as safe as he possibly can, but, you know, even then, if Mino English came up, he'd have to react pretty sharpish if he wants to get out of there in time. Mino English might be heading back towards that top side once again. Indeed, he is. Luscon already committed to this fight right now. He's a level under as well, and Highlander almost wins this 1v1. He's out of mana. But here is Mino English and Luscon. Luscon, why have you done this? He might get some damage back down on towards him, but there's no dunk available, so he doesn't have the nuke there, and he just goes down again. He needs to just sit back and let the waves come to him. He wants to get this aggressive trading because he knows he can win the one-on-one fight, but when it's not a one-on-one, you need to stop going for those fights.
Yeah, meanwhile, HEXED tried to do something in the bottom lane, but just got some damage down and steals away the blue buff. Mino English doesn't care all too much. He picked up 2 kills. He isn't too bothered. He has Vader Wisp already.
He might have actually even taken away HEXED's blue buff. I'm not entirely sure about that. I don't think he did actually.
He didn't.
No.
It wasn't up.
Yeah, okay. But still, yeah, no, 2 kills greater than blue buff, I would say.
Oh,
so I suppose a decent reaction by HEXED, considering, you know, it could have been, it could have got worse.
He got something
out of it.
From
he got something.
That's okay. Like, not picking anything up would have been disastrous. This way he gets blue buff, he gets some bonus clear speed.
Yeah.
In the jungle, so to speak, because he doesn't have to conserve his mana, and that's okay.
Hey, look who's in the top lane. It's Mino English. Luscon slowed down. Cocoon hasn't been used yet. Pulls them both in. There is the Cocoon. Luscon, a 3rd death for him already now. Highlander picks that one up with the chomp. 0-3-0 on that Darius right now. A nightmare start for him to this game.
He has to be tilted. There's no way he is.
Yeah, no. There's no doubt about that.
His items are 2 Doran's Blade boots and a refillable potion. Like, he is out of this one. And that's the problem with Darius, because he is extremely strong in the early game, but until he gets tanky enough really to be a frontliner, if he falls behind, he's just going to get destroyed. And
yeah, if he falls behind in the early game, there's no point of the game in which he becomes relevant, really. So
yeah,
it's going to take some hell of a performance.
He will be sort of a frontliner, however, he'll just be like a worse version of any other.
Ooh, Gareth might be in a lot of trouble as well. A good flash evades the Cocoon and will get him out alive for now. So Mino English, once again, his ganks have been on point so far. All of them in the top side, besides that one in the middle lane, and burns a flash with it. So, however, there is another gank coming in return now. HEXED comes in. Mino English is also hanging around, and I imagine that fight in the middle lane is just going to end up in a stalemate.
Yeah, meanwhile on the bottom lane there's some trading going on. As we talked about, Janna gives the shield over to Jhin, Jhin walks forward, the opposing bot lane has to back off. If they don't, they eat a lot of damage. And that's how you trade, you wait for minions to go, oh, Highlander might be in trouble now, he does have his ultimate and Flash will be up soon.
Yep, Luscon doesn't have his ult, he can't get the dunk on quite yet, and Highlander actually Turns a lot of damage back around onto Luskicon. Nuri coming in with the TP does secure Highlander's escape. He tried to get the stun on towards Ragemaker, but he'll just throw out a bit of extra damage onto him before backing away. And Luskicon, you know, he thought he was finally going to get the kill. He thought he was finally going to be back in it, but no.
Grenadier might be in trouble.
This is some aggressive play from Mino English. He's pretty strong right now, but meanwhile on the top side, another fight's broken out. The pull doesn't quite pull him in. And Mino English is going for the dive. He decides against it at the last moment. Growth, you know, almost could turn this around right now. Doesn't have the final spark available, though, and isn't in range to finish off Mino English.
So, a lot of things happening around the map, and Glamour Girls get nothing from it. Like, Flying Mariachi's still winning this early game to quite a decent extent. Mino English has been doing a really good job all series long. Like, now on this extremely early game focused jungler, the Elise, he has been ganking non-stop.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like,
I think he's
lot
really a
more than
standout
Rage
performer.
Maker here.
Muyu once again gets that Storm Shield on towards him. Helps him do a little bit of extra damage to missing you, but mainly just going to go for the minions, focusing on farming up. He has built up a slight advantage in his favor, but nothing too major. And meanwhile, Nuri, finally on his Anivia, 20 CS down in the middle lane.
Well, he did use his teleport to go up top to help Highlander in that jungle gank scenario, so he did lose a fair bit of CS there to the turret. But yeah, 20 CS is quite a big difference.
Ooh, we're actually seeing a gank on the top side. Ragemaker is coming in on towards Highlander, and Luskicon does have the dunk available if he goes for it. There is the dunk, but it's not enough damage because Subjugate heals up Highlander and makes sure he's going to be staying alive.
Yeah, and the top laner's trade flashes and ults. And Ragemaker also had to waste ult for that one, so... Oh no, oh.
Ooh, Nuri gonna go quite low here, but he does have Egg available. Mino English coming in the backside! Picks up the kill onto Gareth, whose flash was not available, and it looked good for Gareth for a moment. Thought Nuri was going to get egged, but Mino English was there once again. 3-0-1, 100% kill participation so far. Only 4 kills, but still very, very big performance so far in this early game, at least.
And that is also one of the powers of the Anivia. In such a jungle gang situation... Oh god, never mind.
Oh, here's an engage onto SLB. Luskicon comes in. Tries to get on towards him, will pull him in. Luskicon is given that kill. He needed that. He needed a kill badly, and so many times he almost gets a kill on the top side, doesn't quite get it. Finally, he picks up a kill for himself, but it did come at the cost of his TP, and now Highlander will just be able to push out the top lane, so Luskicon's got to get back there as quick as he possibly can.
Yeah, they're looking to use him while he's... Actually, they're backing away. They should have used him while he was still here to pick up that dragon. I don't know why they didn't do so. Maybe they feared of the Mino English Nuri combo. Killing them. Possibly so.
Indeed, it might well have been the case. Highlander going to be pressuring it down onto that top lane turret. Meanwhile, blue buff going to be handed over to Nuri, which is of course incredibly core on Anivia and will help him to maybe try and get that CS deficit back towards him, at least if not in his favor. Highlander doing so much damage to this turret, it probably isn't going to quite go down. It might do actually. That's going to be a little while before he does, and I think Highlander's got that. There you go.
Yeah, now he can look for a fight with Luskicon. He does have his ult, but so does Luskicon. I think he can go for this.
Yeah,
if he wants to, but he might just want to play this a bit more defensively since he does have some money in the bank.
Yep, he does. But the chomp on
he specifically has 1,000 gold in the bank.
Yeah,
and
he
that
did
is
probably.
a lot.
Yeah. Interestingly, he hasn't decided on which item he wants first so far. Looks like Titanic Hydra, which will probably be what that Jorum's Fist builds into, as well as, of course, that Frozen Heart. So, hasn't decided on which one he wants to get quite yet, but Luskicon's actually going to go aggressive in this trade and might get the better of this on towards Highlander. Good pillar, disengages the fight, and Highlander forced to back away from that fight, interestingly enough.
No, I think this is actually a good item pickup because he wants to get as much armor as he can. However, Jorum's Fist also gives him health, attack damage, and 5 maximum health for every minion he kills. So that's what he's looking for, I think. And he stacked it up as well, and that's some nice HP.
Ooh, good monsoon from SLB. Make sure that Muyu stays alive just in time. Had 3 of those concussive stacks on him, and we are seeing both junglers on the bottom side now. Ragemaker has cancelled is back, and he will be still staying around. You know, he's looking for an engage, and it's actually Chaos who goes in for the engage. Ragemaker pops out of the brush. In comes the TP. Who will it be? It's going to be Nuri coming in. Wolves off, missing you. Someone needs to finish off Chaos. It's Muyu who does it. Will he be able to get the route up onto anyone? I don't believe it's available, so they won't be able to chase any further kills. But one kill going in favor of them brings them to 5-1 now on the kill board, and the Flying Mariachis are really romping away with this. If they keep just picking up these kills, oh my goodness, what a flash, what a play from Mino English. He knew he was on a ward. That was such a good flash. What a play by him. That just, I mean, it's, what a player Mino English is.
Baited and outsmarted.
Yeah.
Like, holy, that was so good.
Yeah.
So fun to watch.
Mino English has been so insane, and that just really puts the cherry on top right there, and picks up another kill, and still 100% kill participation. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that continue for quite a long time to come.
He's definitely looking like the MVP of the series. He's been,
Absolutely.
Him and Muyu have been doing so much work. Like, not taking anything away from the rest of the team. The rest of the team has been great as well. Glamour Girls have been kind of hit and miss.
Yeah, no, Grerith has been the only constant performer,
Grerith has
I would
been
say.
a constant force.
However,
the rest of the team is not really showing up.
And this game, Grerith currently 0-2-0, though, I mean, he's not that weak still right now. He's still pretty strong relatively, but I mean, that last game was just, you know, what can you do if Mino English is going to pull something like that on you? Really unfortunate for him, but yeah, I would say he's still probably been the standout performer on his team throughout the series, but, you know, Chaos hasn't been doing all that badly either, I would say. And, you know, in the recent game, of course, everyone did really well, so.
Yeah, fair enough.
You once again just going to be pushing the waves in towards Missing You and Chaos, as he does and will continue to do over and over again, as he is Jin. He does have significant pushing presence there. Greth juking away from that stun from the Flash Frost and has to flash the cocoon that came in from Mino English. He is very respectful of the damage, and he had his jungler available pretty nearby. Ragemaker was hanging around, but still respect flashing away from that cocoon. Ultimately probably the wisest thing to do.
Yeah, Highlander puts down the ward, he knows what's up, just backs away before he gets ganked.
Gekon going aggressive on towards Highlander. Ragemaker, he's back in the top side now, and he's going to be chasing on towards him. There is a big slow, though, and Subjugate actually popped. Mino English coming in now. A good flash from Lusticon keeps him away from it. If he can get the dunk on, there'll be a kill, and that's an instant death from Mino English. He got absolutely blown up there, and, you know, you can't quite have everything go right for you, it would seem. And actually, good engage here from Chaos on towards Muyu. Catches a couple of turret shots on towards him, and Missing You and Chaos, they're going to get the better of this trade. Missing You picks up one kill. He's going to pick up the second one as well with the Boomerang Blade coming back through on SLB. And good plays from Glamour Girls across the map. They're going to get this turret in the top lane. They're probably not going to get the one in the bottom lane. But still, they've brought the gold almost back even.
SLB flashes in the line where the Boomerang was heading.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, no, in fact, yeah, they've made the gold almost exactly even. They're even about 50 gold ahead right now, so that's really good response from the Glamour Girls. I mean, I was about to say that if they continue just to roll over and let Mino English run rampant on their team, then there was no hope of them winning this game. Because, I mean, we've seen that basically every single game in this series so far, it's either been close in the early game, and Flying Mariachis won. It was Flying Mariachis dominating the early game and Flying Mariachis won even quicker, or it was Glamour Girls dominating in the early game and the Flying Mariachis still almost managed to make the comeback. So, you know, like, the Flying Mariachis have proved themselves to be excellent when it comes to the middle and late game. And so if they get the win in the early game, that means they're going to be pretty much indomitable.
Yeah, pretty much, and... Oh, almost picks up.
It was a good attempt.
It was, yeah. It's a luck salt. Like, yeah, the cooldown is 40 seconds.
Yeah, no, nothing to worry about not having got that.
Yeah, it's just like
May as well.
It's like Ezreal ult. Just use it for wave clear. You don't
basically.
care. Basically.
Trades once again happening on the top side, but a whole lot of nothing ultimately. Actually, Highlander gets hooked back in, and this might become a whole lot of something. Subjugate's still not being popped by Highlander, and a good pillar. Make sure that Lusticon will miss on that second spin, and thus will not be able to follow the pressure on towards Highlander.
This way problematic for Highlander because Even with the early game lead he had, it's still Darius against Trundle. It's somewhat rough for him.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the case. A good sweep from Chaos will catch a ward as well as the trap, and it means that him and Missing You will be able to get back to lane as quick as possible to clear out this wave that Muyu was pushing in towards them.
Yeah, we actually see Muyu opting into the Essence Reaver first item. We have seen, generally speaking, two builds from Jin's. One is the Essence Reaver first item, the other is the Infinity Edge first item. One more, obviously, one more focused on laning, the other focused on early game power and insta-crit kills, basically.
Yeah, basically Chaos looking for another engage, but once again, both junglers are here in the bottom lane. Monsoon comes out from SLB, and once again, it is the TP coming in for the Flying Mariachi, but it's responded to by two TPs by the Glamour Girls. In comes Luskicon. Nuri has to flash away. He's quite low. Highlander's there as well. Luskicon so low. If anyone can kill him, he's going to go down, but he's not quite gone down, and he might stay alive. Here comes the Curtain Call, looking to snipe him down, but the body blocking is very much there by the rest of his team. The fourth one even gets spell shielded away by Missing You. SLB went down in the midst of all of that, so Glamour Girls won that trade.
Holy moly, that was quite a chaotic fight. Like, SLB goes down, Nuri gets egged, but apart from that,
Oh, Chaos might be in trouble. The pillar wasn't exactly helpful though, and thumped Chaos further away than he would have been otherwise. So Highlander maybe with a slight misclick on that one means that Chaos will get out alive.
Well, Chaos flash either way, and this fight is still happening.
This fight is still going on. Ragemaker, a big chunk of damage put on towards him, and Chaos will finally be going down. Growth gets the final spark across the team, but doesn't secure any further kills with it. However, Ragemaker picks up another one, but Missing You walks straight into the Flash Frost and gets taken down. A big crit's ready for Muyu. Will he land the flourish? No, he doesn't, but he does pick up the kill in the end. He's in the trap zone, and it's another kill. It's a double kill for Muyu. Meanwhile, Luskicon pushing the middle lane. I completely lost my words in that fight. I didn't know what was happening, but in the end, the Flying Mariachis are the ones who come out on top, and that was like the fights from last game, but considering it's a bit earlier in the game, slightly less explosive.
Ah, Jesus Christ, that fight was so, like, the engaged, the disengaged, the re-engaged, the disengaged, the re-engaged. Holy moly.
Absolutely.
It's like 4 fights in one.
Yeah.
And in the end, Muyu with the cleanup manages to pick up almost everything. Like, him and Nuri did a lot of work there near the end. And actually, I think Deathfire Touch managed to pick up Missing You before the last bullet hit him. Yeah,
and then the Death Flower from Missing You, and Ragemaker was standing in it, and then he got taken down as well. And oh, man, that was a lot went right there for Muyu in the end, and was able to make himself 4-1-1 now, which, I mean, when Muyu is the main carry of the team, which he usually tends to be, that's pretty damn good. For the side of the Flying Mariachis, they do have to seed a dragon, and they did trade turrets only 1-for-1 because the middle lane turret was taken down by Luskicon while the bottom lane turret was taken by Muyu, and SLB, I believe, was still alive at that point, but, yeah, like, it still went in favor of the Flying Mariachis, and they still have this gold lead, about 1.5k, and if they can continue to expand that, then we could see them running away with this.
Yeah, I think the thing is, there'll just come a point where Highlander will be so much stronger than Luskicon. Because Trundle is so oppressive.
Yeah, absolutely, and Luskicon actually goes in, gets 2 people, and Mino English is down incredibly quickly. We see Highlander growing as the subjugate was on towards him even while he was stunned, and he does flash away over the wall to safety, but Mino English caught out. You know, he had such a good early game, but he's playing a little bit too aggressive a lot of the time right now, and could cost his team if he continues to do so. The wave clear isn't really there from Gareth right now, and the turret will be going down, so 3 turrets to 2 now in favor of the Flying Mariachis, and that feels pretty good for them.
Well, looking at the situation right now, I think we can safely say that the early game is over and it's time for the mid game. It's 20 minutes in, people are completing their second item.
Yeah.
It's time for the mid game to start, and this is where Mino English starts building tanky. Up until now, it's been Runic Echoes and Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Rylai's does give him some HP, however, it's still more AP focused than anything else. Now we see him picking up a cloth armor, probably going into that Dead Man's Plate. Now he will become that tank who doesn't get insta-gibbed by Luskicon and Ragemaker.
Which we have seen twice happen already, and 2 of his 3 deaths have been falling to that. He does actually have Sork Shoes as well, so quite an aggressive starting build, I would say, for him.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Well, he did have extremely good early games, so
Yeah.
just like picking up Stork Shoes, getting some more damage in, it's not all bad.
No.
It might cost him his life, but hey, he has to try for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think now he can sit back and let Muyu now that he's got 4 kills, and Nuri also 1-0-4, pretty decent on gold as well. He can let them take over the carrying a little bit.
Yeah, the fight for Scuttle Crab.
Scuttle Crab's resolutely standing still in between them, not lending a hand to either side.
Well, because
Looks
Scuttle
like-
Crab is a strong and independent crab that doesn't need no top laner.
Exactly. He was actually slain by a top laner though, so that's unlucky for him, but Highlander was able to pick it up.
Yeah, and that's a nice vision of the Baron Pit right now. Even though I doubt that either team would really try and take the Baron this early. Like,
Yeah.
Jhin is not a good AD carry for taking Baron. As we said, the DPS downtimes are quite brutal.
Ooh.
Anivia, though, is quite a good mage for it. If she
Yeah.
has the blue buff, which she does. Because mana is the only real problem.
Yeah, Ragemaker got uncomfortably close to Nuri, but Nuri didn't really react in time, so nothing really came of it in the end. But there could have been a little bit of Flash Frost, and Ragemaker could have been in some trouble, but he did quick draw away, so he wasn't in
all's
any
good.
pain after all.
Oh,
Ragemaker and Highlander having a bit of a
Highlander
brawl
keeps
here.
doing
Lusticon's
this, and I
also there.
love to see it. Every time Ragemaker wants to hit up Highlander, he puts a pillar between the two of them, just as Ragemaker wants to cast the end of the line.
Yeah.
It insta-procs it, and he takes no damage, and that's a nice mechanical play.
Yeah.
It's nice to see.
Absolutely, yeah. Well-timed turrets pillars rather can make a significant difference.
Oh,
a little bit of
TP
chunk damage.
behind
Actually, a TP coming in behind right now. Lusticon it is. He's on towards Nuri, but he doesn't land the pull, and that might make him in a little bit of trouble. Nuri might win this fight, actually, and it is going to be the case because the rest of his team is there to support him, and now Highlander, he's been wreaking havoc. Curtain Call comes through. Chaos going to be nuked down now. Ragemaker also going to go low, but a double kill in return coming through from Guerrero with that final spark. A very good turnaround from him, and that fight was incredibly close. Nuri, he just wanders into Ragemaker, and he actually wins it. Neither of them responded, but Nuri just about did in time, and he won it, and now Missing You's in trouble. Nuri flashes in, he gets egged, but that doesn't matter. Gareth's out of mana, chomped on the backside by Highlander,
That's an ace.
and now the Flying Mariachis ace the Glamour Girls. They're going to take 1 turret. They're probably going to take 2 turrets as well. The Inhibitor probably just about going to stay alive, although they might try and take that one as well, depending on how quickly they can do this. And
Lusticon is back, so
Yeah.
they're gonna run away.
they're gonna go for this, and they have decent damage on towards it.
Nuri.
They see Lusticon though, they've committed to it, but Chaos, he can block with that Unbreakable, the autos from Muyu, but they're still gonna be able to get it. A good wall denied Lusticon slightly, and he doesn't quite pick up the kill on towards Highlander, and he actually gets ticked down in the ultimate
God.
of Nuri. That's so bad for him. He must be feeling absolutely terrible. He thought he had that kill, he thought he could get the resets, but it just was not to be.
Oh god, this is a really bad situation for Glamour Girls. Like, even when they were ahead, they had a rough time against Flying Mariachis. Now it's even worse. Now they're behind. 5,000 gold lead at 25 minutes.
Yeah.
And
Muyu's
down
really
inhibitor.
starting to pack a punch as well. So.
Muyu's just going to, like, crit their faces off. And now the dragon spawns in 10 seconds, so we might actually see a contest for both teams.
I
Maybe
wouldn't
seeing
be
another
surprised.
fight.
1 dragon apiece. I mean, it's only going to be second dragon, and I don't think they really need to, but I still wouldn't be surprised to see these two teams fighting over it. They don't really need all too much of an excuse to fight from what I've seen so far of this series.
Exactly. So Flying Mariachis know that they're in the lead here and know they can force their hand.
Yeah, they are going to start up the dragon. They're going to drag it away out of the pit as well, making a steal less likely. And actually, he tried to go for the collateral damage steal, but it was not to be. A smite from Mino English was good, and once again, he wins the attempt at the steal. Mino English getting the better of that across the games, I think, for the most part.
Yeah, and Muyu and Nuri are doing so much damage in these fights. It's like, holy moly. Nuri having egg actually means a lot, because that means he just like dive in to get that Flash Frost onto the opponents and just like insta-procket.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage coming out of Gareth, but he doesn't actually secure a kill with either of them. Chaos comes in, block that deadly flourish, and Muyu isn't able to secure any kills there, and the Flying Mariages will have to back away. Luskicon has his port stopped. Actually, he voluntarily stops because he sees Highlander, and he actually thinks he wants to go for this fight right now. I'm not sure he wins this one, though, and he does actually back away in the end.
Yeah. Looks like they're just backing off in the bottom lane. Nuri wants to pick up that blue buff. Muyu wants to get some more gold for himself and back away, get those items. He has enough for his Infinity Edge, and Infinity Edge on Jhin is a pretty big power spike because you crit so often. Especially now he has 70% crit chance, he has a lot of movement speed, he has those boots of swiftness. He'll be extremely elusive. That's especially good against Grerif. Because he doesn't have QSS. If he gets caught by that light binding, that could spell a disaster for the entire team.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, Gareth, we've seen him doing still a huge amount of the damage in these fights, and still, it's his team, they're still relying on his damage a significant amount. Missing you getting more and more relevant, though. If you look at his farm, he is absolutely miles ahead of anyone else in the game right now, so he's pretty strong as well. But ultimately, he is Sivir, and Sivir is not quite such a hyper-carry champion.
Well, like, she does do a fair bit of damage, however... Like, props to Grerif, he had a rough laning phase, like, with getting ganked all the time, and he's still doing a lot of damage. He's back into the game. 3-4-2 is a good scoreline to have. And it looks like they're just focusing on the top lane, clearing away the wave, maybe even looking to pick up that inner turret.
Another brawl happening, this time not in the top lane, it's in the bottom lane instead, and Highlander once again, he's going to be getting the better of it, however, as those bleeds stacks on towards him, and it's very back and forth this fight. Luskicon wants to chase Highlander down, and Highlander decides that he doesn't want to risk it, he just wants to keep pressuring, he just wants to keep split pushing it instead of actually going for a fight, which could be a bit of a risk for his team, securing that Gromp, winning that little bit of a jungle fight as well. Luskicon will actually back away. Might mean that Highlander can put some damage onto that bottom lane turret.
Yeah, he's back in the bot lane turret. That was like, he was looking like he was going top, and I'm like, you're going to lose a turret for that one.
Yeah. Ooh, Muyu gets a decent chunk of his health gone as a light binding landed on towards him, and Growth was able to hit the final spark on him. However, it's not enough damage to force him away all that much, and so he can just stay around and keep pushing the waves in, and Growth will have the final spark available in roughly 20 seconds or so, so it's not the end of the world for him that it didn't quite do too much damage to Muyu, but still, it's a bit worrying for his team, perhaps.
Yeah, there's still some, like, wave pushing going on in the bottom lane between the two top laners. And
ooh, Nuri with a good wall. So the heal is forced, Gareth will stay alive, the Highlander and Luskicon once again having this little fight, the wet noodle fight that's actually deceptively dry. In the bottom side this time, but neither really ever quite commits to the fight to the fullest extent. And I feel like Highlander could win this because he never uses his ultimate, but Lusticon's ultimate also very strong and neither quite using them yet. It does go down on the top side.
In this specific matchup, I think that Lusticon's ultimate doesn't mean much. However, he just wants to chuck him down enough because he does have that QSS.
Yeah, and he did use it perfectly as soon as the subjugate went down. However, he's still not winning the fight. He can turn it around with the nuke if he gets it, and he does!
Oh,
great turnaround from Luskicon there, showing a pretty high level of mastery on that Darius right now, and that might be why he picked it. You know, it seemed a bit of a mystery up until this point. It's obviously going to be a comfort champion of his, but he wasn't looking that comfortable until then.
Oh my god. Just like... I don't want to say, like... If Highlander just back 2 steps, he wouldn't have given the heal over to Luskicon and he could have won that fight. Like, the kiting that Luskicon has been doing with that W from Darius is what's actually saving him in most of these situations. He also does have the Iceborne Gauntlet, so that's even more slows.
Yeah.
So basically, kiting away Highlander and healing back up while he has those max stacks of his passive onto him is what's winning these fights. The straight up 1v1 where they're just like hitting each other non-stop, and like I think Highlander wins if they just like press right click and go to get something to eat. Highlander
Right.
wins.
Right, okay. Yeah, I think that's probably the case, but, you know, the
Yeah,
abilities are...
lost kind of with that auto spacing,
Yeah, right.
as you might imagine.
Nice. However, as fancy as that fight was, and as flashy and as close as it was, it did not actually mean all that much for the grand picture of things, and Dragon will be spawning once again in 14 seconds, and they're looking to make it 3 now, the Flying Mariachis, but once again, we see the potential for a contest from the Glamour Girls as they're all hanging around besides the Dragon Pit, so it could be a bit of a fight here, and if there is a fight here, it could almost decide the series right now, as we are 32 minutes into the game, and it's getting to the point where death time has really started to stack up. Instead, they allow the Flying Mariachis to take the dragon, and they
No,
look
but
to
they
push
wanna
down the
get
middle
to it,
lane
yeah.
instead. They might be able to get this turret pretty easily. They have the wave, however, they're going to be flanked by the entirety of the Flying Mariachis if they stay here, so they might not be able to take it. They're going quite low. Chaos, he's off on his own right now, and they're not even focusing and missing you. Caught up there. He didn't spell shield the cocoon, and that means he's going to be going down. There is the final spark, but it doesn't secure any kills. Curtain Call coming through, going to be slowing them down, helping Highlander in his chase. He subjugates onto Rage Maker, but Luskakon has a lot of damage. Coming back around, Cocoon didn't land onto anyone unless it landed onto Luskakon, and he might have got the QSS off then anyway. Highlander still chasing, Nuri still going in as well. The dunk's there, but he just gets taken down mid-dunk, and he doesn't quite get the kill down. There is the speed smite as well, but Chaos will be able to jump to a minion and will just about stay alive. The fight still ultimately in favor of the Flying Mariachis. They're going to retake this inhibitor. And Muyu goes in. The dancing grenade follows him. The crit and then the grenade. Beautiful play from Muyu to secure that kill onto Rage Maker. Rage Maker clearly not expecting it whatsoever. And now that means a jungler dead for 40 seconds. That tends to mean that teams could focus on towards Baron. However, I don't think they're going to go for it quite yet.
There is a gigantic wave in the top lane, so they probably don't want to go there quite yet.
Yeah, looks like they are just going to be backing away from that.
Yeah, they need to send. They're probably just going to send Muyu up there to clear that, get some nice gold for him. He has that QSS now, and a Vampire Scepter as well for some lifesteal. And lifesteal on Jhin is so good because you crit like hell. One auto attack heals you for so much.
I think we actually just saw Gareth stealing away the blue buff, finally getting it with the ult steal there, as Mino English was looking to take his own blue buff away, or rather Gareth's blue buff away, and Gareth said, I'll be having none of that, and then threw his ultimate out and did secure it.
Yeah, I don't think Nuri is so bothered here. Like, he's 7-0-6. He
Yeah.
is a complete monster. He's at 5 items.
Yeah, Nuri still has his own blue buff as well, so
Yeah, like
it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
he just doesn't care. Like, well, he's so strong right now. Him and Muyu are the deciding factors in these fights when it comes to damage.
Absolutely, that's exactly what you'd expect with this team composition, and Ragemaker might be caught out once again here. He's blocked off by the wall.
Goodbye.
He's in a whole world of trouble.
And it's
Muyu,
going to be Baron.
unstoppable kill.
They don't have
That's
jungler.
Baron.
Yeah, Luskakon and Highlander are in the bot lane. Both of them have teleport. It's actually Highlander backing wave, so he can probably get the home guard boost as well.
Well, he did have his recall stopped, but I don't think that's going to matter too much. I'm not sure Missing You can pull off quite the same antics as he did last time. He has teammates this time, but also the people he's against aren't quite so low. In comes the TP from Highlander. That secures his team, the Baron. Lux ult came through, but wasn't enough to steal it away. And in comes a TP flank coming in right now. It's Nuri, though, and he doesn't really want to be there so much, but Muyu picks it up with the curtain call. I think all 4 shots landed onto Missing
all
You
4
there.
shots
Nuri
hit him.
came in, and he wasn't punished for going in so deep. This could be the game now.
This
It looks
is
like
the
the Flying Mariachis want to end. They're going on towards the Nexus turrets. There is the heal coming out of the Monsoon as well. One Nexus turret going down. The second Nexus turret, half health. It's going to be
there's
going
Nox
down
as
as well. The Nexus is bare. Luskakon looking for the hero play onto Muyu, but he's exhausted, and the QSS doesn't come through in time. Highlander wreaking havoc. I'm not sure it matters, though, because Muyu is just
They're
hitting
hitting
the
the
Nexus over and over again. Gareth goes down, and
so
that
good.
means the Nexus is going to go down, and the Flying Mariachis are going to book their place in the semi-finals against Epic Avalanche.
Oh my god, it took us to game 4, but they did it. They dropped one game against the Glamour Girls, but it was an amazing series. Like,
Yeah. Really well played by both teams, and they gave us quite the spectacle. It was an absolute pleasure to watch this quarterfinal. Really insane game, particularly game 3. I mean, what a game that was. Whew.
it was just so amazing. Like, I have to say, like, Mino English, he's my MVP for for this entire series.
He gets my MVP as well, although the last game... I mean, Muyu also in the running for it. It's very close, but...
And Nuri last game was also...
Nuri last game, absolutely insane, but, you know... The rest of the games, he was playing the more supportive champion role, so it's hard to gauge his impact quite to the same level, but I do think the Mino English's Echo in games 1 and 3 was just so insane, and his early game in this game really got them rolling as well, and I think that really made the difference this game for the Flying Mariachis. And Glamour Girls, they performed well at times, and, you know, in some games they performed really well, but it just wasn't enough, and they weren't able to get through. The reverse sweep, it was the light at the end of the tunnel, but they weren't able to get there before the train that was Highlander and Nuri and Muyu and Mino English and SLB hit them in the backside, knocked them down, took them out, and secured its own place in the semi-finals.
It was just an amazing series.
Yeah.
That's all I can say. Like, well played for both teams. It was a pleasure to watch these games.
Absolutely. So thank you everyone very much for watching. We will be back next weekend, I believe, and we will be bringing you the semi-finals of the Vespyr Premier League playoffs. If it's anything like this quarterfinal was today, you do most certainly not want to miss it. What an incredible game. I'll see you guys then.